Hello, hello. Welcome to the Susie B channel. Hey Griff, how you doing? It is 8:57 p.m. here in Arizona, and what is the current temperature? Let's see. Hey Google, what's the temperature?
The temperature in Camp Verde right now is 82 degrees.
82 degrees with the precipitation chances is 5%. So it's going to be 72 this evening. Later on, let me see. So by 9 o'clock, it'll be so about 10 o'clock. The temperature is supposed to start to dwindle down to from 79 1 a.m. to 75 degrees. That is really nice. That is like perfect campfire weather. How you doing, Grifster? The Griffy. Sorry, not Grifster. Griffy. 47 over there? Oh my gosh. Brother Dan, how you doing? Oh, that's really cool. That's pants weather and light, maybe long sleeve and a light jacket, huh? Vest. I would do a puffy vest with the hoodie, of course. Thank you for sharing, Brother Dan. Good to see you. God bless you too. It feels like 50s. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know that the temperatures are different all over the states, and some people are used to a little more used to the colder weather than like people over here in the west, right? So like cold weather to us is 50s, like 50s, 63, and it's just different because we don't get that cold here. Like it's very unusual that we get 30 degrees where we got to go cover our plants and everybody's scrambling around to get their plants covered in fear of frost. And so 30 degrees is definitely cold. You don't even want to go outside if you're a smoker to smoke a cigarette outside. I remember going through a few winters. We had really low temperatures, and at that time I was still smoking cigarettes. And we don't smoke inside, so I was just like, this is too hard to smoke outside. It's too cold. So I'd go in the garage and smoke. You missed the Southwest. Oh, come back. Come back over here. That's why. I love Arizona. I love being here. I love the sunsets. I love the weather. It just gets a little warm in the summer, and so we figured that all that stuff out. That's why I'm here at the village. But it was still warm today. But I actually mustered up enough courage to go out in 92 degrees and go hike. So I didn't have any problems with that. There's a you can buy a body spray that helps keep you dry-ish, and so I packed a ton of that on all over the place. I put my bug spray on and went for a little hike. So that was nice. That wasn't too bad. So that was actually really nice. The sandstorms, the haboobs, yeah, and those aren't bad either, unless you're. Those are more in the East Valley that get the brunt of the haboob or the dust storms. Where we're at, we're pretty much settled into the central Phoenix. So we're not in Glendale, Peoria. We're not Scottsdale. We're not Mesa. We're centrally located, and I think we're kind of like, from what I've seen and observed in my residency there, is just feels like we're in the Goldilocks zone because everything goes around us, and by the time it gets to us, it's already done its damage. So, it's, and everybody's well aware of what a haboob does, what it's capable of, but they refuse to, you know, do those things something different when it comes around. So if you can't prepare by now and you've been in Phoenix for over 10 years, that's kind of your fault. So you just got to learn how to prepare better and be better prepared. That's all. Hey Rashad, how you doing? Oh really? Oh, along the Colorado River. Yeah, that one that we had recently, that was a beast. That one came accompanied with the storm, which was crazy, but it was beautiful at the same time. It just looks like a huge anomaly in the sky. It's beautifully beautiful and terrifying all at once. Rochette says he's doing dang good. Yeah, and honestly, I don't believe we have those every year. I think it's every couple years. I don't remember or recall um, experiencing those every year. So we probably won't get another one for quite some time. But you never know. The weather is unpredictable, and you can't predict a haboob. But from my experience in living here this long, I don't recall seeing one of those every year. Not like monsoon. And monsoon this year, I think, is a little late. Just running a little late. They slept in. They were partying all night, and monsoon has got a hangover. So I think that monsoon is recovering before it really hits, because apparently that haboob was the sign, the sure tail sign of the beginning of monsoon, and supposedly it should have been over by now, but I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, exactly. The conditions have to be just right. They have to be just right. So you got to get, whatever the conditions are. I don't have any background in that kind of science, but I believe you're right. The conditions, that's probably what happens when it does come around. Everything just falls just right to stir up all that dust. So yeah, it was a nice day. I made me some burgers for dinner, and I had it with just some chips and burgers, really little small burgers. I had some small little buns, size of your palm, and made a couple burgers. I am stuffed. I thought, well, one was, it was a pretty small sized burger, and I figured I'll make two. So I by the second one, I was like, okay, I got a little bit more to eat, and I went ahead and finished it, and it was good. But yeah, I can feel it now. I can feel it sitting in my tummy. But yeah, we've been having beautiful sunsets here, and I just can't wait for it to start cooling down so I can really get out there. And I was exploring out there here behind us here, and the it's like well, it's nature. It's not really a forest like pine trees. It's a lot of cottonwoods and Arizona maples, or sycamores. I'm sorry, Arizona sycamores, and the rivers there. The river seems quite low, and right here where we're at, but there's plenty of rivers to explore, and I can't wait to get out there and get some more experience with that. So how's everybody's weekend gone? It's Monday now. You had a deep fried taco tonight? That's what they called it, basically a chimichanga. So it was a taco but deep fried. Was it a birria? Was it a birria taco? Was it red? That sounds good. That sounds really good. So Thursday, we're supposed to have like a potluck here. What did they call it? I already forgot. Patrons Day or something like that. It's just something I believe that they're celebrating on their own. That they want to call a celebration. So everybody's gonna kind of make something. It's gonna be a potluck. And I think I'm gonna make chips. I'm gonna bring chips and salsa. So I'll make some homemade salsa and probably be part of that. Just depends. That's my plan. So we'll see how that turns out. I'm still waiting for my bike chain to be The bike shop ordered a bike chain for my bike, so I'm waiting for that to come in. I was hoping it would come today, but no luck, no go on that. Oh, it wasn't red? You were supposed to have a weekend? Oh, that's telling me that you were busy all weekend, huh? Still working up to your eyeballs and work, huh? So let's see here. I think maybe let's go look at the neighborhood app and see if there's anything interesting going on. And then I really wanted to read some more of this Project UFO book. We got all the way into the book as far as the boy being initiated through his team of astronomers. Is that if I can recall correctly? A private team. So he's already met an alien. He's met an otherworldly human that's got different features than what we got, but it looks like he's got like no face, but his face is like flat and nothing there. Anyways, he went into this pod and went into space, and now when I ended the last live, he was going up to in the pod through a tractor beam up to a hole. So I believe a hole opened up, and he was headed right into it. So that's where I left off in that book called Project UFO, and it's a choose your own adventure book. And if you're looking for one of these, just keep in mind that it is a children's book, because the last time I read one of these, I was probably in junior high or 5th and 6th grade. So it may have been like 6th grade, junior high, when I read one of these, and they were always so fun. And I think I read this one already, because the one picture that was in here looked very familiar. So we'll dive into that and just log into the neighborhood app here. We're just gonna see if there's anything interesting going on. Oh, this is unfortunate, huh? So, here, I'll read this to you. So this was someone had went to the market and used one of those carts that you sit in and shop with. And upon exiting the market, they got into their vehicle, left their purse, which was a Michael Kors purse, all her debit cards, and in the cart, and drove off. Now someone went ahead and turned in the purse, and here I'll read you what they said here. Hi Cockroach, welcome in. Yes, I'll be here for 3 months, beautiful brother. Thanks for popping in, thanks for the like. So here we go. It says story time at Fry's. This is a Fry's market on 43rd Avenue. My mom left her Michael Kors purse with her phone, all her credit cards, her debit cards, and the handicap cart. I think she meant to say in the handicap cart. And we drove off. A good Samaritan took the purse to customer service, who then proceeded to steal the purse and claimed that the white woman picked it up and said she lost a purse without him ever asking for ID, the color or the brand of the purse, etc. Police looked at the camera for hours and never saw a woman come to the counter and leave the store with the big red Michael Kors purse. So the guy at the counter is a person of interest. This person went to the house of Spirit and bought a bunch of House of Spirits and bought a bunch of liquor. Then he proceeded to go down 43rd Avenue. What is that? There's a tiny, tiny spider that just came down in front of me. Oh my god. Hey, little guy. He just totally dropped down on his web. He's minuscule. Okay, anyways, this person went to the House of Spirits, bought a bunch of liquor, and then proceeded to go down an avenue, fill up his tank with gas, and then he continued to hit three or four other stores. Yet he's still employed there because he knew how to hide the purse from the cameras and somehow sneak it out. Hopefully the police can find him on cameras at the QT, but watch your items and don't trust the customer service people at Fry's grocery store. That is very unfortunate that they are dishonest like that. Their duty at customer service is to provide that very service, and when we can't trust them, then there's something wrong with whoever's hiring these people. So I hope this guy gets caught, and that's really horrible. You lose your purse. Michael Kors purse. Those are not cheap. They're actually quite expensive. And this guy went and I don't know if he was using her debit cards or credit cards, but he got a full tank of gas out of it, a bunch of liquor. So this guy's going to go have a party. He's probably going to drive somewhere. Yeah, that's pretty bad. So I'm looking in the comments, and it says here, you can get some mosquito and tapes. 3 months in the forest. I got to save myself, sister. I have mosquito repellent spray, and it actually works. I just didn't spray my arms because I used a different kind of oil. I used a sea salt oil, and I had a few jump on my arms, but they didn't tear me up, and they didn't touch my legs, so it seemed to work pretty good. In the comments section of this, it said, "I'm so sorry this happened to you. Did the liquor store or other places have CW cameras or CVV?" The next one says, "Waiting to hear from the police. At least I get to sue Fry's for negligence." So they're asking, did you contact corporate office? Someone said that, where is that comment? Okay, this same camera identify the employee asking for a friend. Renee, sounds like that they'd ID the employees on duty. Now it's time to gather supporting documentation to take the little peckerhead in and charge him with the crime or multiple crimes. Yeah, that guy saw a free chance to get ahead in life a little bit in a way that's dishonest. That's rather unfortunate. So yeah, there was only one person working customer service that evening. I think they said, okay, so someone commented, I just found out the guy's name, and he quit the day out. He quit the day out. The police investigating him. I was just told about 10 minutes ago. So he quit that day. He cashed out, huh? He's like, I'm not going to get caught for this crime. So someone in the comments added that they found $30 on the floor at Fry's a few months ago. She stood and looked around to see if anyone looked like they were looking for something, and we didn't see anyone for like 20 minutes. I was headed to the customer service, and someone that worked there said, "It's mine now, because if I turn it in, the worker would probably just keep it. If I find anything with an ID, I'll just try to find the person, since I have first-hand knowledge that they will take things, sunglasses, sweaters, anything of value." That's messed up. That money was a blessing too, but I still feel bad about keeping it. I don't know what else I could have done except give it away. I'll pay it forward when I have the means. I just want to say I'm sorry that happened, but it sounds like you're on his trail. Even after you're meeting your mom, he still kept it. That's really blood and cold-hearted. Hopefully she canceled her cards and everything. So they found out who the guy was, but apparently he quit that day. So yeah, that's kind of messed up. Someone's just complaining that their community pool is closed, and they're saying we're paying all this money to the HOA for shoddy landscaping, busted up an abandoned clubhouse, and a pool we can only use a few months out of the year. Yeah, this is why if we ever moved somewhere else, we will definitely not be moving in an area with an HOA. That's because they can tell you how to keep your front, how many cars you can have in front of your house, how many, they can make up their own rules, and then you got to pay them for that. So I think it's ridiculous. If you're in HOAs, not everybody has that kind of experience, which is negative, but a lot of them are ridiculous. Hey Slim, how you doing? Welcome in. Cockroach is looking through his fingers. Okay, so let's see what else is there. Oh, it looks like Glendale has provided shipping containers for to turn them into affordable housing. So that's nice. Shipping containers to be used for affordable housing. It's about time. I think that they should do that, which me and a friend of mine were playing pool last evening, and we were talking about this kind of stuff. And just a bunch of stuff. And I asked him, what would you do to fix homelessness? And he goes, well, they should definitely put the money into affordable housing. So definitely put that towards affordable housing. Whether using shipping containers or sandbag homes, because they're definitely out here. It's a lot cooler in Arizona. You gotta have your walls have to be very thick, almost thick enough that it has a little shelf that you can sit on, right? So do I have my tape measure here? I used to have a tape measure here, but it should be. I would say it should be over 5 inches thick, 7, 10, 12 inches, and you get a nice insulation, especially if you're using let me see if I can. Is that my tape measure? I know I usually have one right here, but I've been in some houses in other countries, and the window, the ledge on the inside is very deep, almost like the width of a foot, and you can actually sit right there on it. It's just very thick, the walls. So I think that would be the best way to build, especially if it's like a sandbag house, or shipping containers. You can put sheetrock inside of those, but you got to insulate those really well. I'm going to turn on this fan. Hopefully it doesn't interfere with the mic. See if I can turn it this way. It's getting warm in here. A little bit more right there. See if I can. There we go. Give me some more air. This fan has a weird setting with the air. Your coffee's starting a fire, Beavis and Butthead. Do you still watch Beavis and Butthead, Slim? Okay, so let's see. This one guy said, "Time's up, Phoenix. I'm leaving for Nevada in a few hours. From now on, I'm going from 1.6 million in this overpacked city to 25,000, where I'm heading Big difference. 99 plus 1. I'm really going to miss you 100%. I wish you all the best here, but I've been promised a much easier life there at the moment. I'm going to miss you all. I'll be back after a while to get mine. What? He says, yo, train waves in between the lines. Peace out, Phoenix. He's all announcing his departure. I've never heard of this guy. But that's funny. It says, they're like, good luck on your journey. Blessings. Hope it works out for you. Good luck. Best wishes. Safe travels. Promises of an easier life often lead to pain. Step it up if you want a better life. Someone says, you don't know your worth. Good luck. Someone says, what is that supposed to mean? These people. Oh my gosh, so funny. No, never really ever watched that show. Me either. It was funny when I first watched it, Slim, but then it kind of got to where I just didn't laugh at it anymore. It's just kind of silly. I think it's better for the younger generation to find it comical, especially if they're, participating in Mary Jane and all that. I think that that kind of ambience will probably make it seem funnier or whatever. Booze or whatever. Let me see. Let's scroll through here. Okay. Oh, someone's ranting about... There's so many people ranting about animals on here. Neighbors, be aware. A trash can full of trash was stolen Saturday at about 7:30 p.m. from our driveway. What? That's nuts. Here's a video. You guys want to see this? I have never heard of anybody stealing a trash can, guys. What the heck? Okay, here's the video. Full screen now. It looks like it's going to buffer a little bit because it's probably so big. I don't know if there's sound on this. Let's play it from the beginning. There's like two different shoes on, or he's barefoot. Barefoot on one foot, one sock on the other. Did you guys catch that? Hey DJ Graz, how you doing? Good to see you. Third day no smoking. Look at that. Oh my god, he takes both of them? Wait, wow, I was gonna say that can sounds empty. But that's very, does he take all three of them? Okay, just two. Oh, there wasn't three. Wow, he made a lot of noise and nobody woke up, really? This kid has one sock on and is barefoot on the other. It's just rubbish. I agree. That's a kid though. What is he, like 20, 22, 23? Who steals a trash can? I know, right? And he's barefoot. He doesn't even have shoes on. Or maybe he has a flip-flop on the other foot and the black socks. But the other foot looked like it was bare. You use the wheelie bins for storage? Really? That's crazy. It doesn't look like he's trying to do it like in a way, like I think he maybe genuinely thinking that Maybe he's taking out the trash because you do have to roll it out to the street. Those are the recycle bins. Those aren't, well, depends where these people are, too, because the trash cans in the alley are these ginormous big black ones. But yeah, that's strange. I just thought that's very strange. That's very strange. Oh, hello! Susie, comb your hair. Yeah, let's see. Wow, there's 54 comments on that. Excuse me. Sorry, I didn't mean to cough in the mic. Okay, someone says, that's so weird. Someone says, it's trash. And then another comment says, it's private information also if stuff was thrown out. Someone else, next comment says, call the city and order another one. Someone responded, never ever put anything with personal or financial information in the trash. Invest in a shredder, burn it in a fire pit, fireplace, or save it up in a box or a bag and take it to be shredded. About every 6 months, there are free shred-a-thons where you can take up to 5 or 6 boxes full of confidential bank statements or other personal and financial documents. These days, you just can't take for granted that you won't get scammed. This is an indication you should be more careful. And then someone commented, exactly. And then, let's see. So the next comment says, until the bin is placed at the street and if there was no lid on it, then it would be considered just trash. But because the bin was up by the house and had to, maybe they meant to say had no lid, therefore it was an enclosed container. It's not considered trash, even if it's just a trash can and stolen property. What? If the lid was up? The lids are both down. Okay, I'm not getting that, what they're saying. So someone says, what the F? Who does that? That's exactly what they were saying. It's insane, right? During the recent storm, some houses lost their trash containers due to the wind.
Walked into a coffee shop. It's waiting for me. Over on the counter. What did I see? Cup of coffee. Where's Susie be?
Someone says they're looking for your personal information, bank statements, card information. This has become a big thing. Watch your account over the next few weeks. You burn all personal paperwork. Now, when we get any kind of mail, and you know how your address is on an envelope or a package from wherever you order from, they make this stamp thing. So it's like, I'm using my vape as an example. So it's about similar to this size, and it's yellow. And then on the bottom, it has a lid, and you pop it off, and it has like a roller inside with ink. And that goes over your address, and it literally just blacks it out with a bunch of letters and numbers. And you roll that across, and it totally. So it's basically like you know what they do to documents when they black out all the information. What is that called? You know, classified documents. They usually have. You guys, one of you guys got to know that word. I know it. I just can't. It just has escaped my brain. Anyways, this stamp, it's like a stamp, but it's a roller. So you roll it across your information, and it blacks everything out. And that you can get that on Wish if you know what Wish is, or probably Amazon has it. They're probably like $2 or $3. and you can buy when the ink runs low, which it'll last forever. I think ours we used it. I think it lasted maybe almost a year till we had to refill the ink. It goes it goes it lasts for a good time for some time. Um, you always assume someone will go through it, the trash. Yeah, I've watched people go through our trash right in the alley, and I've told them to stop that. And they're like, "Well, we're looking for cans." I'm like, "Well, you can pick up your mess," and depending on how they feel after making their mess, if they felt like cleaning it up, um, some people would do that if you say something, but if they're a real a-hole, they'd leave it there. But I always kept a close eye on the alley and people going back there. And when I would catch them just opening the lid, I would say, "Don't be going through our trash." That's why we threw it away. And it was just someone. Uh, they're taking stuff out. I get it. Maybe some clothes or pillows or blankets, whatever is thrown in there, but they're leaving it strewn all over the ground, and that's what was pissing me off. Because we don't throw our mail in there. We take ours shredded and shred it, and we black out all of our information on every piece of mail that we have. So, but there's it's for their safety as well. It's not just for our privacy. It's for their own safety. What if there's a diabetic in the neighborhood that we shared that trash can with? There could be needles in there, and you're digging through this trash with no gloves on, and it's for their safety as well. Because that's one thing I would bring up. What if there's needles in there? What if there's broken glass? You're just going through all this stuff just carelessly and not even that there could be some dangerous sharp pokey things in there. And so I don't wish that upon them to get poked or sliced or cut or anything, but if they have the intention of trashing the alley and just making a big old mess like what they're used to living in, I'm sorry. I'll have to say something about that. It's uncalled for. The way she's reading, she's never going to finish that book. Redacting. Thank you. It does exactly that. It's like redacting a document. So it leaves a really thick line across. Literally, it's wide enough to cover the name, the address, the city, and state, and zip code. That's how wide it is. You just roll it right over. So yeah, Slim, you're funny. Okay, so that was that guy taking the trash. I've never seen that. That's new. That's like I've never. But that one person did have a good point with the recent storm and the wind. The winds were very strong. It could have blown their trash cans all over, and maybe he found his trash can. He came and recovered it. We don't know the other side. So, anyways, what the heck is that? Is that a freaking mushroom that grew up out of? Oh my god, that thing is huge. Bro, what is it? Look at this thing. Okay, this is size comparison next to somebody's potted plant. I've actually seen these in the forest. Here, let's see. Let me show you guys. And Slim, if you can't stick around for the book, you can always come back later. You got stuff to do, and I know you're kidding, so I just want to let you know. But this is this obviously it's a mushroom, and there's a planter there with aloe vera. And in the background, they have, is it called a fire stick? I think it's called a fire stick cactus. But that thing, look at that thing, that monster. I don't know how big this pot is, but I know how big bricks are. And, well, that thing's like probably a foot long. A foot long. I think it's pretty big size. That's a monster. What? Was that the Elvis in your area, Slim? We got a bajillion Elvises all over the place. So yeah, that's a mushroom somebody's sharing. Okay, all right. So let's see. I'm just gonna look and It's a mushroom. Feed me, Seymour. Get out of my head. Someone says, alien, put it in your garden. Dig it in the dirt. When I lived in Alaska years ago, I was invited to the state fair where they judge these things. I couldn't believe how huge they grow. And the smell, oh my God, it was awful. It was the longest 8 hours of my life.
It's waiting for me.
Had wicked dreams for quite a while. This guy. Your little friend's cousin is in my yard. Any idea what kind of mushroom they are and if they are poisonous to pets? What kind of mushroom is it? So apparently someone looked it up and it's called a shaggy mane. I pulled one out today. They pop up overnight. We had a bunch of mushrooms that popped up in front of our house, and right along the lawn where I planted a bunch of the clovers, and it looks like a big pile of stuff, and they call it dog puke or something like that, and it just looks like a big pile of white stuff or yellow. It's yellow, but we had a bunch of that in the front yard after a bunch of rain. I pulled one out today. They said that they pop up overnight when the weather is like this. It would be great if we could eat them. My dogs show no interest, but I don't know if they are safe for them. Read the information in the link that Phyllis gave us. Very interesting. So, yeah, it's called a shaggy mane. That's cool. Someone says, it's Terence McKenna, our Lord and Psychonaut Savior, exactly as the prophet St. Paul the Stamets prophesied. My fairy tale wins up high. Give me 5. No. You? No. How about you? No. My God wins. That guy's crazy. Okay. So yeah, that was called a I already forgot. Shaggy mane. Am I still? Yeah, I'll be camping for 3 months, Slim. In other news, Chola's gone wild in Phoenix. Nope, not in Phoenix. Did you say dog stuff or dog poop? Dog vomit. I think that's how they call it. Dog vomit, dog puke, dog barf. Let's see what else. I haven't looked at this in a few days, so. Okay. Well, that's nice news that they're using shipping containers for affordable housing. Slim says Rashad. Roger says Slim. Hey Archie, how you doing? Vote for Archie. Good to see you, Archie. Good to see you too, DJ Grass. Okay, keep it real. I don't do fake people. All right. 1 hour ago, someone tried to break into my house. Is this a video? Is that a playable video? Oh, it's the guy at the camera. Man, that's scary. He's got a beanie on. Here, I'll share this with you guys. He's looking right up at the camera. So you could see him literally right there. So she did a screenshot of the video, which was a minute. And then there's another one. That's scary. So yeah, that's Someone tried to break into my house. So that's that.
Walked into a coffee shop. It's waiting for me. Over on the counter. What did I see? Cup of coffee for Susie.
Was he breaking into a doggy door or just a regular door? Oh, he was trying to go in through the doggy door to reach the handle to unlock the door. So then this woman says, I've been bugging my husband forever to get a doggy door, and he says no for this exact reason. There's a freaking cover that you can slide over the doggy door, right? And I don't know if it's lockable. I'm sure they make lockable ones now, but that person must not have had that kind. Okay, so yeah, that's just what else? Someone caught an opossum. Look at this beautiful photo. Oh my god. Can I zoom in? Oh my god, they cut the... Okay, this is a... Whoops. Look at that perfect photo. That's a possum right on a... I think that's a power line right in front of the moon. You see his tail? I know it's kind of small, but it was already small to begin with, and I already zoomed in. I think that's a beautiful capture there. Good job. Good job. So, okay. It's a total eclipse of the possum. That's cute. Okay, what else do we have? Fall is not here yet. What are you freaking talking about? Oh man. So we have a Fry's electronics here, and I just want to show you guys this. How freaking cool this is, because I've never seen anything like this till my hubby, when it was still open, my hubby brought me to this electronics store, and this is literally the front, what the building looked like. The whole building looks like an Aztec temple, and when you go in, it's actually built like a temple, and you feel like you're actually in a temple, and all the rooms are like stone, and they did like faux walls, and faux FAUX, if that's how it's spelled. The walls fashioned to look like stone with plaster and all that stuff. However, whatever material they used, but it basically looked like you were inside of a temple. And then you had all your different rooms and your electronics, and it was just a really cool freaking Fry's electronics. But it's gonna be demolished soon. I would like that freaking thing and put it in my front yard or on top of my house. These dragon heads right here, or these snake heads. Oh my god, I wonder if they're giving any of that stuff away. Shoot, that would be awesome. They had some cool stuff in there, even if it's just pieces of the walls or planners or whatever. That's huge though. That picture is huge. So it's gonna be demolished this month. They had a bunch of cool stuff in there. Oh, they had an auction? 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 going to be a new police station and fire station. They need to build more stuff like that. That's cool. That's different. It doesn't matter what it is. Yeah, that's too bad. But that's what it looks like, guys. The fries here in Phoenix. Okay. Let's see what else. Well, of course, there's so much crime. Think. Okay, we're already going into the day old news. So that's pretty much it for the neighborhood app. Oh, you're eating on lunch break, Archie? Enjoy your lunch. Thank you for popping in, Archie. Good to see you. Okay, so like I said, we left off on page, what was it? 43? 30, 32. 32. So I'll read 32 again. It's just a paragraph. So it says, so like I said, he's in a pod, like this kind of pod, right? Like a ship, like a small ship with controls inside. He's out in space. He's going through a tractor beam. A big hole opens up and he's going into it. So here we go. Shoot, does everybody have your coffee? Does everybody have their coffee ready? You got your hot chocolate, your cocoa, your cocktail, your drink, whatever it is, tea. Some good stalling, Susie and Reed. Okay, all right, here we go. I'm just gonna change the background here. Let's see. Let me lower this. I'm gonna play that in the background. What does that sound like? Mouse battery is low. That's okay. I'll just use my mouse pad. Okay, we'll play that in the background, but very low, guys. Okay, here we go. So for what seems like an eternity, you wait and worry. You realize that all your dreams of making contact with UFOs are now being met. Or else this is just another wild dream. Maybe you'll wake up in your nice warm bed, in your nice messy room. Fat chance. This is no dream and you know it. Okay, here we go. At last, there is some activity. First lights, then sound. At first they are disturbing to you, but as they persist, you find them almost pleasing. Maybe you are being hypnotized. Then your transporter is pried open by a laser beam, and you fall unceremoniously to the floor of this giant flying object. Throw this puny offering to the wolves, the command echoes in the giant docking hangar. 3 robots approach, two grasp you by the arms, and you are hauled away to be tossed to the wolves. Whoa. The other robot, only 2 steps in front of you, leads the way. You see a weapon of some sort dangling from its side. You feel the urge to reach for it. This might be your only chance. On the other hand, you're completely surrounded by super strong robots. Uh-oh. Does it look like our initiation was to actually be thrown, to be captured and imprisoned? Oh my gosh. So it's giving me 2 options now, guys. It says, if you reach for the weapon, turn to page 37. If you wait for a better chance, turn to page 43. And here's a photo. Here's a photo of the here's the photo. This is the robot thing that's grabbing you. So it also says, "Is my stupid camera flipped? Oh my god! Let me fix that real quick." All right, so that way you can see. All right, you can see the words if you try to read it yourself. But yeah, so that's what he just got grabbed by. He got grabbed by one of the robots, and the other one is leading the way. Ooh. So what do you think I'm gonna do? I'm gonna grab for the gun, right? I'm definitely grabbing for the freaking gun. So if I grab for the gun, it says to go to page 37. So this book, like I said, it's like 122 pages, something like that. Okay, let's go to page 37. 33, 35. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. That's the end, guys. Okay, so page 37. We can always go back and go to the other, pick the other option. But this is choose your own adventure. So since nobody's helping me choose my adventures, I'm choosing them myself. But you have an option too. You guys can help out if you want to be part of this. Choose your own adventure. Anyways, okay, this seems I see the end already on this after this paragraph. It says, quickly you extricate your left arm from the robot's grasp and lunge for the weapon. It is the last thing you remember doing. The instrument turns out not to be a weapon. Instead, it's a tool designed to disconnect all electrical circuits. In a flash, you become a rather large puddle of water. Soon you evaporate and join the atmosphere as part of the system that nourishes the earth. The end. Well, that's not good. Okay, so let's go to page 43. That's so bad. Okay, 43. Okay. 43 is if you wait for a better chance, turn to page 43. We just did if you reach for the weapon, turn to page 37, and we died. So let's go to page 43 because we're going to wait for a better chance. So let's see what happens over here. 43. You decide to wait for a better chance to escape, and in the meantime, to play it cool. No sense in making a move at this point. The robots take you inside the flying saucer to a compartment that seems to be some sort of electronic decontaminating room. You are subjected to high-pitched sounds and beams of lights. The robots seem to giggle at you. Once all the decontaminating is done, the robots stop laughing. They march you to a light beam escalator, which is more like a conveyor belt, and toss you to its mercies. Zingo! With a rush and a bump, you are deposited into the middle of a rectangular space with walls and a floor covered with deep maroon velvet. What? You're deposited into the middle of a rectangular space. Okay. With walls and floor covered with deep maroon velvet. It was like a padded room with maroon velvet. Checking your wristwatch, you find that it has been scrubbed clean of all digits. You chalk that up to the decontamination process. A soft mechanical voice says, "Ready yourself for initial meetings." You come to attention. This is it. Is there a picture? No picture. Well, Holly, you say, hoping you can throw her off guard. I actually do have a slight problem. I talk to myself. I don't really like to discuss it, though. You see, I've never considered it as a serious problem, but it has always been a major concern for my parents. They think I'm sick or something. They've sent me to dozens of doctors, psychiatrists, psychologists, and everyone came up with a different diagnosis. Now, they don't know what to do. For the time being, they've just given up on the whole therapy thing. You keep talking as fast as you can, hoping Holly will lose interest in you. This strategy usually works quite well with adults. Actually, I'm really very normal. I'm up on hip-hop, rap, soul, sports. Just ask me anything about basketball, baseball, football, pro wrestling. By the way, Holly, do you know anything about foot problems? That's one thing I need to learn more about. Can you imagine all the little bones that make up just one foot? I was watching this program on TV and stop it! I've heard enough, Holly says. I'd rather try another initiation test, you say. Okay, if you are serious about studying flying saucers, then you will no doubt agree to go out on a 3-day mission to spot them. I don't quite understand, you reply. Not much to understand. You will be taken out and dropped off on a mesa far from any sign of civilization. We usually use one of the old Anasazi ruins for this type of thing. Then what? You query. You simply spend 3 days and nights waiting for contact. You see, we know that they are out there waiting for us. Some like good old Bernie. We know from long experience. But Bernie's crew is hard to communicate with, and frankly, we have lost some of our people to Bernie. Lost? What do you mean? You ask. Just that. They don't come back, although it might not be all bad, you know. So I'm to be some sort of guinea pig out on some forgotten mesa? Then what? We shall see. You will not be unobserved. It's time to go. Ooh, they're gonna drop his ASS off on a mesa and hope he makes contact and hope that if he gets taken, he gets brought back. Okay, like it or not, you are bundled into a Zoomer 4x4 and driven for 3 hours deep into the mesa country northwest of Santa Fe. The road narrows, eventually becoming a bumpy farm path designed for goat and sheep. The 4-wheel drive vehicle groans and strains over rocks and through dry stream beds as it climbs at a steep angle. Che, the driver doesn't say much. Oh, chi or che, C-H-E. I don't know how to pronounce that. Che, chi. The driver doesn't say much, but you manage to get him to admit that he would never submit to 3 nights out on a search like this. You are a decoy, partner. Simple as hunting. They stick you out there and see who comes by to sniff. Chi punctuates this statement with the snap of his chewing gum. 2 major turns, another stream to cross, up a steep angle, and then Chi stops the Zoomer. That's the name of that type of vehicle that they're using. And here's the not that one. That's Chi right there, and that's the Zoomer that they're in. That's Chi. Hi, Chi. And that's the vehicle that they're in. So, oh God, he just told him straight up that he's gonna be dropped out there like freaking like a bait. Simple as honey. They stick you out there and see who comes by to sniff. Well, I'm ready, I guess. I mean, I don't know what I'm supposed to be ready for, but I'll take a chance. Your voice is thin and ready. There is a sense of destiny in your response and a feeling of helplessness. You feel you no longer have any control over what might happen, so you just wait. But nothing happens. Well, how about it? I can't wait forever, you know, you say. These things take time, the voice responds. The trouble with you earthlings is that you want everything right here and now. That just isn't always possible. Hold on. You don't want me to make a mistake, do you? What do you mean mistake? You ask, envisioning some horrendous crash of a super-duper electronic device that would turn you into a gigaflop of disconnections. Wait, I've almost got it. The voice sounds quite positive and happy now. You also notice that the endless room has changed. It is now a self-duplicating 4-dimensional grid. On top of the grid is an overlay of color and music. You can actually see the music. It looks like syrup that pours down the coats part of the grid. It is colored like neon. It is colored like a neon lamp, but the colors keep shifting and changing. It's hypnotizing. Well, there she is, Mesa Melcontenta, Mal contenta. Hmm. She's all yours. She points upward to a steep, flat top mesa. Here's a pack. You got some grub and a sleeping bag. There's a flashlight and some other stuff. See you in 3 days. Good luck. But Chi, what am I supposed to do? You plead. Nothing. Just wait. Build a fire. Watch the smoke. Examine the old Pueblo ruins. Watch for snakes. They can be your guide. Okay, here's the picture. So he drops him off in a ghost town, is what it looks like, almost. Let me see. Let me get the bigger one. Here's the Chingao. That's the little. That's where he gets dropped off. That little. There's a building. So it's a little pueblo, I guess, is what he said. Let's see if I can get it straight. Susie. So that's where he got dropped off. So he's supposed to just sit there for 3 days, and he's got a flashlight. He's got flashlight, sleeping bag, some food, and some other stuff. Okay, so you guys saw already what it looks like where you got dropped off. He drives off. You put on your pack and you start up the old trail to the top of the mesa. You can imagine Native Americans centuries ago hiking this very path with loads of wood or jugs of water, returning to their mesa retreat. High above the valley, they felt safe in their mud brick homes. These ancient ones lived in a world far removed from yours. Now only remnants of their past exist. The trail is steep and the footing is not good. Finally, you crest the hill, and before you spread a flat surface with a few wind-twisted pinyon trees, the outlines of a pueblo greet you with silence. The walls on the north side still loom, showing where individual houses stood. The mud bricks look as though they were placed there only weeks before. Scoured by the wind and sun and rain, they are clean and beautiful. The loneliness of the day overwhelms you, and sadness fills the void. Maybe you should retreat, go back down the hill, leave this spooky place of the past. Okay, now it's giving us two options. So it could be, if you decide to leave, turn to page 52. If you decide to stay, turn to page 71. So we were told to stay here, right? Chi said to stay here. You wait 3 days. If you leave, I guess that's just being impatient, right? What do you guys think? You want to leave or do you want to stay? Anybody want to chime in? So I'm leaning towards staying. So if we stay, we gotta go up to page 71. We're on page 51. So it says if we stay, to turn to page 71. So I think since nobody is responding, I am going to go and let's see what happens if we stay. Okay, 71. Oh, God, it looks like the end again. Okay, so I'll show you the picture before we read it. Let's see. So this is the picture. So it looks like that may be the sun or something. I don't know. So apparently, I'm picking all the endings. I'm picking all the paths that kill me. I'm not very good at this, but it's still fun. So page 71, it says, and I'm gonna keep my thumb, and we're gonna do page 52 after this. You decide to stick it out. You decide to stick it out late that night under a carpet of stars. Snuggled in your sleeping bag, you watch the heavens. Your fire of gnarled pinyon smoke and crackles. Your fire of gnarled pinyon smokes and crackles. The coals are comforting. Little heat is given, but the life of the fire soothes you. Meanwhile, far out in the cosmos, your friend Frito attempts to make contact once again. Frito is racing against time. time and the forces of Calyx. You sleep, and sometime near dawn, you are awakened by two objects that appear in the thin light and approach the mesa. They move slowly, as if dancing. Oh, that wasn't the sun. Those are saucers, guys. Okay. Um, they move slowly, as if dancing. You're excited. Somehow you know one of them is Frito. You prepare to greet them. You are a true Earth diplomat, and the connections you make with Frito and his people benefit all living things for all time. The end. What? So we met up with Frito. He takes us away, and that's it. And that's it. That's it. Okay. So what? You decide to stick it out. Okay, so they move slowly as if dancing. You're excited somehow. You know one of them is Frito. You prepare to greet them. You are a true Earth diplomat, and the connections you make with Frito and his people benefit all living things for all time. So we had a great ending, I guess. Let's see where this page takes us. If you decide to leave, turn to page 52. That's just the next page. Okay, it's another end. So it says, I'm out of here. You shout to the wind and mountains and air. I'm free. 2 strides, then 3, and you are running with joy and fear and a sense that time is on your side. You stumble. Jagged rocks come rushing at you. You taste blood as it trickles down your face. You rise slowly to your knees. There is a rustling sound. It becomes louder. No, it's not a rustling. It's a rattling. Eyes meet yours. A forked tongue flicks out to taste the wind, preparing the fangs. The rattler suddenly transforms into a woman, dressed in animal skins and cobwebs. Her smile reminds you of your mother when you were a small child. She comforts you and tells you stories of the beginning of life. You collect your energy and listen to her, realizing that her stories are the heart of all myth and legends of all people. The end. That is just crazy. So this is the woman that changes from the snake to the woman, and then she shares all her stories with you. The end. But that's not the ending that we wanted, right? We wanted to successfully make contact with Frito and save the world. So I think that's what we did with the last page. But there's so many other endings to this, because that was just. So you would have to go all the way back to the beginning and then go all the way through the book again and make different choices. But we kind of did that, and there's still a lot more to this book, which is I wouldn't know how to get to the rest of this stuff. There is a lot more to this book. It's crazy. So 71, we met with Frito, and we benefit all living things for all time. So that's. I don't know how to get to. I'm gonna. Oh wait, do we just? But that says the end, but over here. It says the end. I don't know. Should we just say that that's the end of that, huh? What are we, an hour and 15 minutes in? Yeah, I guess that's the end. So that's what these books are about, guys. You basically, you start from the beginning. And then it kind of introduces you to the story. And then you got to pretty much pick like your own adventure. And there's so much more to the book, though. I don't know how to get to those other parts. There's like a giant. There's some aliens over here, right here. There's like a bunch of other stuff going on, and I don't even know how to get to that stuff. There's like a blob. There's this blob thing. But yeah, I always enjoyed these books. Here's some little aliens standing in a doorway, and then it looks like space outside where they're standing. So I guess we're gonna call it done with this book, because that's the adventure that we took, and there's no other way to start this book, I don't think. Let me see the contents. No, those are the other books. So yeah, I guess, is there a table of contents? Huh. Yeah, that's the only way to start the book. Is from the beginning. Turn to page 5. Okay, we did that. This book has been read quite a bit because the pages are getting ready to fall out. They're slightly torn. I would love to have this whole collection of these books. So I just really like these books. It says that there's, in this book, it says there's like 20, I just saw it, 28 of them. So they got the Abominable Snowman, which I have that one. It's right here. I have that one. And this one's a hardback, guys. Look. This is the Choose Your Own Adventures. This has 28 different endings. And I have this one, but this one is only for checkout. It's not for sale. So this is the next one I'm going to be reading. So they have The Abominable Snowman, Journey Under the Sea, Space and Beyond, The Lost Jewels of Nabuti, Mystery of the Maya, House of Danger, Race Forever, Escape, Lost in the Amazon, Prisoner of the Ant People, Trouble on Planet Earth, War with the Evil Power Master, Cup of Death, The Case of the Silk King, Beyond Escape, Secret of the Ninja, The Brilliant Dr. Wogan, Return to Atlantis, Forecast from Stonehenge, Inca Gold, Struggle Down Under, Tattoo of Death, Silver Wings, Terror on the Titanic, Search for the Mountain Gorillas, Moon Quest, Project UFO, and Island of Time. Now, one of these, I think it would be the Cup of Death. I think that's that Dracula one, because on the cover they have it there at the library, and it has on the cover it has Dracula. It has like the face of Dracula with his cape, and I almost grabbed that one, but I'm gonna take this one back, and I'll grab that Dracula one. But I want to read this Abominable one. So this one right here, The Abominable Snowman. It has 28 different endings. But these are so confusing because I don't know how you get to other parts of this book without dying, or either one adventure is dying or the other one is moving on, but then eventually it ends. So I don't know how to get to like the rest of the... I know there's at least two more stories in here. Two more two or... Oh, I know what it is. Okay, I get it. I just remembered. So there was two groups that we could have chosen to join, right? I think these other stories in the back are stories from if we would have joined like the government group. So this story led me to end with the private group that I chose to go with. So if I would have went to the government group, the stories left over is part of that adventure. So okay, I got it. I get it now. But that's this book, Project UFO. So that was indeed the ending. For I get we did choose the right group to be with, and that was a good ending, satisfactory to me. So that goes back to the library probably tomorrow, and I'll grab that Dracula book. But I don't know if anybody has If anybody wants me to start this Abominable one, I like all the titles of all these books. They're actually some cool books. Inca, and they got like all kinds of cool things. This book is dedicated to Anson and Ramsey. The Abominable Snowman. God, I don't remember. So right here, let me go big again. Right here, this is the Abominable Snowman. Beware and warning. And it's the same how it's structured, the way it's typed in here. It's kind of like Star Wars, how it comes at you like this. The words. This book is different from other books. You and you alone are in charge of what happens in this story. There are dangers, choices, adventures, and consequences. You must use all your numerous talents and much of your enormous intelligence. The wrong decision could end in disaster, even death. And we did die. How many times did we die? But don't despair. At any time, you can go back and make another choice. Alter the path of your story and change its results. You and your best friend, Carlos, have traveled to Nepal in search of a fabled Yeti or abominable snowman. Last year, while the two of you were mountain climbing in South America, a guide told you about the legendary creature, and you haven't stopped thinking about it. The Yeti. Carlos arrived and went straight into the mountains when a Yeti sighting was reported. He hasn't been heard from in 3 days. A late monsoon storm has moved in and the mountains are almost impassable. You know Carlos will depend on you to do the right thing. But what is it? So it says, sorry, you know Carlos will depend on you to do the right thing, but what is it? I'm sorry about my reading, guys. I have to. It's been a while since I've read like to anybody or in front of people, so I get kind of nervous. So forgive me. Look at how big the words are. I could like read them from my bedroom. Just kidding. Okay, so let's turn to page 10, then page 12. Okay, so this is page 9, and at the bottom, it's really nice how it tells you at the bottom. So it says, turn to page 10, then to page 12. So it kind of leads you through the book, and really nice. So it says, you are a mountain climber. There's this abominable snowman. You are a mountain climber. 3 years ago, you spent the summer at a climbing school in the mountains of Colorado. Your instructors said you had natural skills as a climber. You made rapid progress. And boy, the end of the summer, you were leading difficult rock and ice climbs. That summer, you became close friends with a boy named Carlos. The two of you made a good climbing team. Last year, you and he were chosen to join an international team. The expedition made it to the top of the two unclimbed peaks in South America. One night on that expedition, the group was seated around the cook tent at the base camp. The expedition leader, Franz, told stories of climbing in the Himalayas, the highest mountains in the world. Okay, so turn to page 10, then 12. Okay, so this is the page after that. So they're talking about the highest mountains in the world. So this is the pictures. Okay, nice. So I see Mount, I can't even pronounce that. Kathmandu, Makalu, Everest, Kanchenjunga, Pashunri, Lhotse, Shaanxi, Machapuchari. Yeah, those are interesting names. Sorry, guys, if I totally botched those names. Okay, it says to go to page 10 and then 12. Okay. Well, this page just didn't even have. I'm confused. Turn to page 10, then to page. So this is 10, 11. So 10 and 11 are the photos in the book. This is 10, 10 and 11. My hair is tickling my nose. Okay. Okay, so 12. The Himalayas form a great natural wall between India and China, with Nepal tucked in amid the peaks. Uh, Everest, K2, and Annapurna are the best known mountains in the Himalayas. These and many other peaks have been climbed. Still others lie in remote areas where few humans have gone. There, said Franz, in the high valleys beneath the snowfields, lives the Yeti, sometimes called the Abominable Snowman. The Yeti is said to be a huge beast, Franz tells you, perhaps a cross between a gorilla and a human. People cannot agree what it is. And then on this page, it has little footprints. Oh, oh. I don't even know where I'm pointing. Right there, some footprints. Okay. Is the Yeti dangerous? Carlos asked. Franz shrugged. Some say it is. Other people say the Yeti is very gentle. Have you ever seen one? You inquire. No, almost no one has. The best proof of the Yeti's existence is a set of very large footprints discovered in the 1950s. My hair is so horrible. Okay. By a British expedition. No one has ever photographed one that I have heard. Franz answers, but still, the stories persist. Go on to the next page, it says. Okay, I'm gonna go a little until I show you pictures. All right. So no one has seen one. They've only seen prints, according to a British expedition in the 1950s. You and Carlos decided when and okay. You and Carlos decided then and there to find the Yeti. When you returned from South America, the two of you raised money from the International Foundation for Research into strange phenomena. Your goal, proof positive that Yeti exists. You will find and photograph the Yeti. That is what brings you to Kathmandu, the capital of Nepal. Your problems though have already begun. 2 days ago, Carlos left by helicopter to look over the terrain near Mount Everest. The helicopter returned without him. The pilot told you that Carlos decided to stay up at the Everest base camp to check out and report that a Yeti had been seen. He had a radio transmitter, but you have received no word from him. The weather turned bad and the radio communication was interrupted. You have an appointment to speak with the RN, Runel, the director of expeditions and mountain research, and an authority on the Yeti. He knows of your plans. You need his help with official permits for the expedition. He will also have good advice and information. But what about Carlos? Okay, now it's giving us two options, guys. You have, if you decide to cancel your meeting with Runel and search for Carlos, turn to page 17. If you feel that Carlos is okay and go ahead with your plan to meet Runel, turn to page 19. So there was a storm, communications were lost. Carlos is up there in at Mount Everest at the camp, right? At the base camp to check out a report that a Yeti had been seen. So Carlos is investigating a report at the base camp of Mount Everest. He had a radio. Then bad weather came in, and they lost communication. So that's what's going on with Carlos. So they're giving you two choices: to meet with the director of expeditions, or cancel the meet with the director of expeditions and go look for Carlos. So the guy that we're supposed to go meet, apparently he's an authority on the Yeti. Um, so it's important to meet with this guy because he has permits for the expedition. He will also have advice and information. So I would say meet with the guy, right? What do you guys think? Meet with the guy? Should we meet with the guy? Because he's got a lot of good information. And I think, honestly, Carlos, if you guys were the best at your team, right? You guys know about terrain and how to survive, right? You're good climbers, probably more than likely very athletic, which is no excuse out here in the desert when people hike around. But still, they're dealing with snow, so I would say let's go meet with the director, the director of expeditions. Let's go to page 17 and see what happens. So let's go. That's just 2 pages. Nobody's chiming in on what to do, so I'm gonna go ahead and pick page. Let's go to page 17. Let's meet with the director. The pages are soft in this book. This book is like, I don't believe it's been read very much. It's very, very new feeling. Okay, it's page 17. So here's a photo of a helicopter with a mountain in the background, and it's snow covered. And there's looks like a little base camp with a bunch of little tents on the ground. So you telephone Mr. Runal at the Foreign Ministry. This is an emergency, Mr. Runal. My friend Carlos is missing at base camp. I need help right now. Of course, I understand. Please allow me the honor of coming with you. I know the region well. You gladly accept the help of Mr. Runal. His reputation as a mountaineer is excellent. He's able to arrange for a Royal Nepalese Army helicopter to meet you at the Tribuhaven Airport. 2 hours later, you land at the Everest Base Camp, where Carlos was last seen. His red nylon mountain tent is still there, but the storm has erased all footprints. Most reports of the Yeti have them well below base camp, but it is news. Is there... Okay, these pages are sticking. Sorry, but it is possible that they are up this high. Bruno says as the two of you stand by the tent looking at the glacier and the high peaks. Okay, so now it's giving two more choices. If you and Runo search below the base camp in the valley, turn to page 21. If you go above the base camp, turn to page 27. Oh my god. Okay, so we have to make a decision. So we're at the Everest Base Camp where Carlos was last seen. His tent is there, but there's no footprints. Most reports of the Yeti, here's some keywords. Most reports of the Yeti have them well below base camp. But it is possible that they are up this high, Bruno says. So the Yeti has been spotted at base camp and higher. So it's either or. It doesn't really give us too many. If you search below the base camp in the valley, turn to page 21. If you go above, what should we do? Should we go above base camp? Because he could be either or. Let's go to above base camp. I don't know. I would think that he would climb upwards for some reason. I don't know. But we'll see. Hopefully we don't die. Okay, 27. Let's see. All right. So there was a picture. There was a picture of the base camp, guys. I don't know if you want to see it. Nobody's answering. But I'll show you real quick. This is the base camp. So they found the base camp. This is the camp. This is the helicopter they arrived in. Him and Runel. Here's the mountain up here. There's Carlos's base camp. There's no footprints. Okay. So we're going to page 27. We're going to go above base camp is what we decide. Okay, where's 27 at? These pages are very closely together. Okay, so we start scaling the mountain. It's showing 3 men. I don't know who the third guy is, honestly, if there's just 2 of us. Is it the pilot? But here's the photo. Yeah, I don't know where the third guy came from. It doesn't actually say. So, anyways, above the base camp are dangerous seracs. These huge blocks of ice are always moving, and people climbing through this maze of ice are in constant danger. Runel leads the way. You both have crampons on your boots. A slender red and yellow nylon rope links the 2 of you. It's a safety rope. Watch out! Jump! A block of ice quivers and tumbles to the side, sending clouds of snow and ice crystals in the air. Runel had seen it just in time. You move more slowly now, wary of these treacherous seracs. On the backside of a serac as large as a 2-story house, you find him. Carlos is sitting in the sun, fidgeting with his camera. Ah, okay, so we found Carlos, guys. That's the third guy. Okay. Hey, what are you guys doing here? That's what we want to know. You scared us to death with your disappearing act. What's up? Carlos puts the camera away, and after you introduce him to Runel, explains that he found tracks. Yeti tracks, perhaps, and followed them. He tried to radio, but the weather blocked it. The tracks faded, and he couldn't find his way back to the camp. He had been sitting and waiting. Runel examines one track protected from drifting snow and explains that they are blue bear tracks and not Yeti tracks. So disappointed, you go back to the helicopter and return to Kathmandu. Turn to page 29. Okay, so the next day you go to the shop of Sangi Podang Sorba, a well-known Sherpa guide. Carlos stays with Runel getting the permits. You enter the store and there, behind a counter stacked with dried food in plastic bags, tanks of gas for mountain stoves, and wool hats, is Sangi Sorba. You introduce yourself, and immediately you like this man. He is warm and friendly, and recently he has been with Japanese expedition to Pomori and a French Everest attempt. Maybe you should ask him to join you as you search for the Yeti. So this is interesting how this book is written. So it's actually like someone is actually telling the reader, me, they're kind of giving a recommendation, right? Because it says maybe you should ask him to join you as you search for the Yeti. Because apparently there's nobody else with me. I just walked into, what was it, like a store? And now it's giving me 2 options. If you ask Sangi to come along in your expedition, turn to page 42. If you wait and decide to talk it over with Carlos, turn to page 40. Oh gosh. So do you want to include everybody in making a decision to bring another person into the expedition, or do you want to go ahead and make the decision on your own and not ask anybody else what they think? I think the more responsible thing to do would be to wait and ask the rest of the crew what they think about adding another person to the expedition. No, that's what I would think. But see, if I'm a kid reading this book, I would be like, oh, this is what teaches you how to make decisions. But I still am not good at making decisions. So I never learned a darn thing from these books, but I don't think I read enough of them. I just remember I liked them. Anyways, I think that would be the more responsible thing to do is to wait and decide to talk it over with Carlos. So if I do that, it says to turn to clear over to page 40. So I think that's what I. So Sangi, what are his specialties? So Carlos stayed with the director of expeditions, right? So it's just you. You enter the store, and there behind a counter stacked with dry food and plastic bags, tanks of gas for mountain stoves, and wool hats is Sangi Sorba. Okay. You introduce yourself, and immediately you like this man. He's warm and friendly, and recently he has been with the Japanese expedition to Pomori and a French Everest attempt. Maybe you should ask him to join you as you search for the Yeti. So that's like the book jumping out at you and recommending. It's recommending that you ask him. So it's like a little. Do you guys kind of understand what I'm saying? That the book is talking to you and telling you, giving you a suggestion. Maybe you should ask. Maybe you should ask him to join you in your expedition. Like, is it doing that to help you, or is it doing that to hinder you? Right? So it's like, oh, I don't know. But I think it's probably more responsible to wait and talk it over with Carlos, your buddy. So let's go to page 40. And these books, you can go through them pretty fast, even though they got a lot of pages. It doesn't mean that you have to go through the whole book. You're actually skipping through the book on the adventure that you choose. So that's what I liked about these books. Okay, let's go to page 40 right here. We're gonna wait and we're gonna talk it over with Carlos before we decide to bring someone into the expedition. So here's 40. Okay, so you think Carlos should have a chance to meet Sangi. You occupy yourself with buying the high altitude tents, ice axes, crampons. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Crampons, ropes, pitons, and ice screws. While looking through a rack of downfilled parkas used on previous mountain expeditions, you come across one that attracts your attention. It's a purple parka, medium-sized. One of the pockets is filled with something. You give a quick look around the shop to make sure that no one is watching and undo the Velcro flap. It feels like there's a rock in the pocket. You take it out and unwrap the heavy brown paper that covers it. It's a skull! Could this be a Yeti skull? Yikes! There's a piece of paper stuffed inside the skull. It's a map, and it shows a road leading from Kathmandu to the town of Nagarkot. There is an X marked next to an abandoned temple of the Hindu god Shiva. Whoa, guys. Okay, so we decided not to ask him to come with us on the expedition. We decided to wait. So as we're browsing through the store, we're looking at jackets, and we come across a purple parka. And in the pocket is a skull. Now, I don't know how big a Yeti skull is, but if it's in a pocket filled with a paper bag, ends up being a map. So we just found a map with an X. Okay. That's interesting. So now it says turn to page 57, and we're on page 41. So you see how far along the book we're skipping. So we're going to page 57. I'm excited. I love these books. Okay. I just seen 2 pages that say the end. So that one was not a very good choice. Oh my God. Okay. So try not to cheat and look ahead. But still, you can go to the other adventures. So we just found a skull. We found a map. And here we go. This is too exciting to wait for. What? This is too exciting to wait for Carlos. That's messed up. Carpe diem, as they say. You walk over to the counter and ask Sangi, where the parka came from. Sungi looks up in surprise. There is fear in his eyes when he sees you holding up the purple parka. Oh, that is not for sale. That is a mistake to have it there. Please give it to me. Give it to me. You look in the parka, and there near the collar is Sangi's name, stenciled in black ink. You look up and see Sangi moving towards you with an ice axe in his hand. He raises the ice axe. You throw the parka at him. It's enough to startle him. You run for the door, but standing there are two tough-looking men. One has a beard, and the other is clean-shaven, with hair hanging down to his shoulders. You jive to the right, duck to the left, and make for the rack of ice axes at the back of the shop. Turn to page 38. Here's the picture that comes with this. So you just found Sangi's parka. Sangi has a map, guys, and so I don't know if we made the right choice, because now we're in danger, and Sangi's trying to get his parka from you. And you realize that jacket is not for sale because it belongs to him. So that's Sangi in the store. I'm wondering if, I don't know if this guy is that kind of violent. He's very, very violent about that jacket. And maybe it's a good thing we didn't ask him to come to the expedition, to join the expedition, or I don't know. Could he have been beneficial to the team? So it just says, you drive to the right, you duck to the left, and make for the rack of ice axes at the back of the shop. Then it says to go back into the book and turn to page 38. So we're on page 58. Okay, here's page 38. You're quick, but not quick enough. Sangi drops the axe and pulls both your arms behind your back. The two men who were in the doorway are now inside the store. One of them shuts the door and bolts it. The click of the bolt locking you in and help out is ominous. The three men surround you. Foolish one, now you have gone too far. Why are you here? What do you want? Sangi snarls at you. The man with the beard holds a small, ugly-looking automatic pistol. Oh my gosh. My goodness. I meant no harm. I just wanted to see what was inside the pocket. Well, there's no way out. We need both of you for our plan. You will send a message to your friend telling him you found an important clue. Get him to come here. If you don't, we'll kill you on the spot. Oh my gosh. If you do as we say, well, maybe you'll live. We'll have to see. We've been following you two. We thought we would use you to get this stuff out of the country. What? He points at packages wrapped in brown paper. Uh-oh. What's in it? What's in it, you wonder? This is an awful position to be in. What do you do now? Okay, here's two more options to choose from. If you say you'll write a note to Carlos, turn to page 74. Oh my god. So either way, I think we would have been screwed going with this guy. But at least we know what they're up to now. But now they're asking to do something very shady. If you say you'll write the note to Carlos, turn to page 74. If you refuse, turn to page 76. Okay, so they need both of us, they said. So wouldn't it be best not to refuse? Because they just said they need both of us. What do you want? Okay. Well, there's no way out. We need both of you for our plan. So they have a plan that they need both of us, me and Carlos. If you say you'll write the note to Carlos, turn to page 74, telling him that you, let me see, you found a clue. So we're supposed to lie in this note, putting Carlos in danger also. So far, just I'm in danger. But now they want me to lie to my partner and put him in danger also. So I think I'm gonna choose the refuse. I'm gonna choose the refuse. Because there's two guys, Carlos and the director Runel of Expedition. So it would be two people that would come looking for me if I didn't show up, right? Eventually. I mean, that's I think common sense. Anyways, let's go to page 76. That's way ahead in the book. Let's see if we made a good choice, guys. You've already seen the map too, so we've already seen the map. Okay, here we go. Never, never. I am not falling for your stuff. If you want Carlos, then go after him yourself. At that very moment, there is a loud knock on the door. Open up! Police! You're surrounded! The door crashes open and three Nepalese soldiers and a police officer rush in. Carlos is behind them. The officer nods at the strangers and says, "Hands up!" Well, well, we finally got you, didn't we? It's jail for you, smugglers. It's jail for you. Smugglers are all the same. Fortunately, we have been following you for the last 3 weeks. When you started following these two, we followed them also. Carlos has helped us. Your smuggling days are over. Wow. You are badly shaken, but the Nepalese government now consider you and Carlos heroes, and they will give you all the help you need for your expedition. The end. Really? Where's the Yeti? Gosh dang it. Okay, so it was a good ending, but there's still a ton more left in the story. There's the Yeti. It doesn't look very happy. So that's what I'm saying about these. So if we would have wrote a note to Carlos, I don't think we would have made it to the Yeti. But what does the Yeti have to do with the smugglers? I don't know. See, that's why these are so trippy, these books. Oh, we didn't even get to meet the Yeti. Okay. So I guess if we would have wrote the note to Carlos, it would have taken us somewhere else, or death for sure. So I don't know. I'm kind of bummed because I really wanted to meet the Yeti. And obviously in the book you see here's a picture of the Yeti. And you know, if you kind of thumb through the book, you'll find like more pictures of the Yeti. Let me see. Looks like there's... Oh my god, he found a unicorn? What? See what I'm talking about? Look at that. That's another adventure that I didn't get to read. But, The end. There's the one I wanted to show you. See? There's the Yeti. And he's like falling towards you and you got your hand up. Or you're falling and he's trying to get you. He's trying to save you. I think he does to save you. See, so I want that ending. I want that ending. Okay, so we're back to... Let's see if we refuse. No, we did refuse. Let's write the note to Carlos and see where it takes us. Maybe we get to meet the Yeti or certain death. Let's see. Hold on. Okay, let's write the note to Carlos. So it says, turn to page 74. That's what I love about these books. Hopefully someone's still here listening. Okay, 73. Okay, 74. Let's see. I'll get Carlos here. I'm not sure where he is, though, you say. The muzzle of the automatic wavers, points at you, and then the man holding the gun lowers it and slips it into his pocket. For the time being, it looks as though the danger is over. How can you get out of luring Carlos into this trap? You remember a special signal used when climbing with ropes. 3 sharp tugs on the rope meant trouble. Okay, give me a pen and paper. They hand you these things, and you begin to write. Hey, this pen doesn't work. Look. You quickly scratch 3 lines on the paper with a pen. Of course it works, and you say, well, I guess it's working now. You hope that the 3 marks are enough to warn Carlos. You need time to plan your escape. The bearded man speaks in a German accent. Tell us now what you know about the map. Okay, here we go. This leads us into another adventure. If you make up a fantastic story, turn to page 93. If you insist that you know nothing, turn to page 100. I'm going to go with I don't know anything about the map. Because remember, we pulled the map out of the pocket that was inside the skull. So we did get a look at it. And of course it said it was over by a Shiva statue. So I'm going to insist that I know nothing. So let's turn to page 100 and see what happens. I really want to meet the unicorn. Okay, here's page 100. I know nothing. Nothing. The bearded one scowls and says, that's what they all say. Let's end it right here. The expedition for the Yeti is phony. They're all from Interpol. Hey, I'll make a deal. You don't have the faintest idea what kind of deal you could offer, but you need to stall for time. Then, to your immense surprise, Sangi opens the back door and 6 men holding weapons enter. Gentlemen, you are under arrest. He flashes a badge and smiles at you. Sorry, my friend, you just came here at the wrong time. I had to attack you to keep these men from becoming suspicious. The map you found will lead us to their hidden supplies. Good luck on your expedition. The end. There's another ending, guys. Oh my god. Hey, Mikey, how you doing? You're listening to me read this book? You spouting the gospel on Tuesday again, Susie. Who are you trying to convert? I know nothing. We don't need no stinking badges. This is a choose your own adventure book, Mikey. So no, we can't. We ran into another ending. Let's choose the other one. Okay, so if you make up a fantastic story, turn to page 93. So this one that says I know nothing led me to a good ending for me, right? Let's try page 93 and see what happens. Okay. Now this is me telling the fantastic story of what I know about the map. Okay. Here we go. Well, you see, it's like this. I am the prince of a tribe of superior beings from the lost continent of Atlantis. We live under the sea off the coast of Africa. Now, we are ready to join forces with the Yeti, a tribe from the planet Baradas, which has been in the high mountains for the last 300 years. The 3 look at you and begin to laugh. One of them says, sure, and I'm Julius Caesar, and here's Cleopatra. They all laugh at the big joke. This gives you time to whip out your Swiss Army knife. You cut some cords hanging from the ceiling. A mountain tent on display falls down on top of your enemies. You scoot out the door just in time. You forget about supplies for now and go to the police. Later, you decide to cancel the expedition for this season. There will always be another chance. The end. Really? So far, none of these adventures lead me to the Yeti or the unicorn that I see in this book. So where did I go? Where did we go? Where did we go wrong in choosing the adventure? this is where it gets confusing because you got to almost go all the way back to the beginning, trace your steps, and see every adventure that we've gone on. The men have got arrested. This last one, you actually got away from them and abandoned the expedition. Go on to the next page. Okay. So if you decide to cancel your meeting with Runel and search for Carlos, turn to page 17. Maybe that takes me because I ended up going on the meeting with Runel and we found Carlos. Carlos was out. He found the track, and then we found Carlos. So it was three of us. So it says if you decide to cancel your meeting with Bruno and search for Carlos instead, the reason why we chose to accept the meeting with Bruno is because Bruno has vast knowledge on the mountains, the story of the Yeti, and he's very knowledgeable on the expedition. So I think this is where this may change. So if you decide to cancel your meeting with Bruno and search for Carlos, turn to page 17. So let's do that. We're probably going to get through this book pretty quick. I just want to see another ending. Okay. Wait. Hold on. Did I get that right? Wait. 17. Oh. Okay, what happened? You know what happened? So I was supposed to go meet. Oh, I don't know what the heck. I'm confused. So if you okay. Cancel my meeting with Bruno and search for Carlos. Turn to page 17. But is that what I choose in the beginning? So I should have went to page 19. So if I would have went, so I guess I chose the path to go look for Carlos. Or I got confused. But anyways, because I know I read page 17. I showed you guys the picture of the helicopter and the base camp, where there was no more tracks because of the snow. So I meant to go meet with Bruno, the director, right? Okay, so let's see. You walk down a street bordered by tall pines. So I'm supposed to go meet the director, because I went down the path that I went and looked for Carlos without the director Bruno of the expedition. Okay, so you walk down a street bordered by tall pines. They are green, blue, and the branches and needles are very fine and delicate. Hanging from the upper branches are what look like huge tear-shaped blackish brown fruit. You stop and look up. Oh gosh, please don't tell me that they're like psychedelics. Okay, you stop and look up, wondering what they are. Then one moves, spreads giant wings, and flaps off. They're bats, the largest bats you've ever seen. You reach the foreign ministry and you are shown to a waiting room. You wait for a few minutes and then are ushered in to meet the R.N. Runel, the director of expeditions and mountain research for the Nepalese government. Welcome to our country. We wish you success, but I have some bad news. The expedition you have proposed could be very dangerous. You look at him, not knowing what to expect. Turn to page 23. Okay, so I gotta skip this page. Recently, a large expedition set out without telling us that they were going after the Yeti, says Runel. They used guns and traps and tried to kill one of them. The Yeti are angry. Mr. Runel, we just want to find a Yeti. We have no intention of ever hurting a Yeti. I know that. We have checked up on you. It is a shame about the others. I must advise against going into Yeti territory. I could arrange a trip for you into the Terai region, out of the mountains. in the jungle area. You could photograph and study the tigers. They are famous and also dangerous. Later, perhaps, you could conduct the expedition you are leading. Okay, this is another adventure, guys. This is what I wanted. I'm confused now. I think I wanted to go meet with the director Bruno, but ended up choosing the page to go find Carlos without the director. Because I think that's what happened. Anyways, if you decide to go ahead with the expedition for the Yeti, turn to page 31. If you decide to postpone the expedition to let the Yeti calm down and go on the Terai region in search of tigers, turn to page 35. I ain't going to go look for no tigers. I came to look for Yetis. You're brainwashed? Take me to your leader. That's the dude with the couch, isn't it? Run. Maybe someone stole a page. No. So I think I made a mistake in the choosing the adventure. I'm pretty sure I said I think Carlos is okay. I'm going to go meet the director because he's very knowledgeable about the terrain, the area, and the expedition. Well, I meant to choose that path, but I ended up going on the path looking for Carlos without the director. But we still all climbed the mountain, right? And found Carlos anyways. But it was a whole different adventure. So I am not going to go look for tigers. My objective is the Yeti. So it's telling me to turn to page 31 if I go ahead and decide with the expedition for the Yeti. So I'm going to page 31. That's it. Let's go. We're going to go meet the Yeti. That's a whole nother adventure. Okay, hopefully we don't die. I appreciate your warning and kind offer of the alternative to go to Terai, you say. We are committed to this expedition. We will search for the Yeti with openness and friendship. R and N. Bruno nods his head and speaks quickly to his assistant in Nepali. Within minutes, you have the necessary papers for the expedition stamped in the proper places with official seal of the Nepalese government. As you shake hands before leaving, he stops you. If you are determined to go on your expedition, it could be easier and safer if I come with you. All right. Good job. You come along, mister. I'm going to need to grab something to drink soon because I could feel my throat wanting to reach out of my face and slap me for being so dry. Okay. What should you do? Having a government official along with you might just cause delays and bureaucratic snafu. On the other hand, he could also smooth the way. I'm definitely taking him with me. That's because they're like telling me that bringing Runal could slow me down, but I think it could. I think he could make the expedition better because of his knowledge. So if you accept Runal's offer to join, you turn to page 44. If you decline his offer, turn to page 48. I definitely want to accept his offer. And here's a picture you guys can see. Carlos is a bad man. He's the Rodriguez brother, and the Romero's is their sister. Mikey, here's a picture. This is I think this is me and Runal. They're dressed all fancy, huh? Very nice. So I believe one of these guys is the director of the expedition. Okay. So I'm gonna accept Bruno's offer. So let's go to page 44. All right, this is fun. I love these books. Okay, here we go. Now that he's a member of your expedition, Bruno sends out a government team to set up your base camp. Awesome! And finds Carlos. Success! Carlos is found and rejoins you. Bruno turns out to be an excellent team member. 6 porters carry your food and tents and supplies. This leaves you free to explore the steep valley sides and the small villages along the way. Guys, hold on. I'm going to get something to drink. Hang on a second. Be right back. Hang on. All right. Let me lower the volume. I actually took a couple bites of a plum. Okay. So that's awesome. Runel joined the expedition. We got a bunch of men helping carry supplies. We got food. We got everything we need. So this leaves you free to explore the steep valley sides and the small villages along the way. The days are long, beginning at first light and going until sunset. Your legs ache from the constant poundings as you walk along the narrow trails, which have served these Nepalese people for hundreds of years. Above you are bright blue skies dotted with clouds. The snow and ice flanks of Lhotse, Pumori, and Everest rise above the green of the lower slopes. Here's another picture, guys. So this is all your help. They're carrying all the supplies and baskets on their back. And I don't know, are these guys like Sherpas? They're pretty close to like a Sherpa, right? Isn't it kind of like a Sherpa? So that's the photo. That's the picture and the book. In the book. So it says turn to page 46. So that's literally the next page. As you approach a village, Runa points out a large building with a red roof, which stands above the small, neat houses clustered about it. That's the monastery where there lives a monk, a Buddhist monk, who has lived with the Yeti. Oh my goodness. But I thought no one had really seen one. I thought no one alive had spent time with the Yeti. Runel answers, a well-kept secret. Those who share the secret knowledge of the Yeti are pledged to reveal this knowledge only to appointed people. You, and you alone, are one of the appointed. It has been seen in the stars. It has been read in your hand. What do you mean? Who saw it in the stars? Who read it in my hand? Runo does not answer for several minutes. Then he speaks. If you accept the secret knowledge, your life will change. You will never be the same. Decide now. Wow, they just dumped a bunch of foo-foo on you. Now you have to decide whether let's see what you have to decide. If you are ready for the secret knowledge of the Yeti and the responsibility that goes with it, turn to page 66. If you reject the offer of this secret knowledge, turn to page 174. Oh, that's way far in the book. I don't know. What should I do? What should I do? That's Yodelers, Dafty. Are you reading Lord of the Rings combined with biography? No, this is Mr. Mikey. So this is called The Abominable Snowman. And this kind of book is called Choose Your Own Adventure book, right? So right here, choose your own adventure. And it's got 20. Oh, God. It's got 28 possible endings. So my camera. Okay, right there. 28 endings. You can choose from 28 different endings to this story. So, my hair. That's why I'm not like big on screen. Um, so now we're at a point where we have to choose whether we want to accept that we've been chosen by the stars and they read my hand, right? Do we want to choose to accept what they're saying and then they're going to share the secrets of the Yeti with me, or do we just say, you're full of bull, my mind is closed and I'm just not going to accept what you're saying? And then if you reject the offer of a secret knowledge, turn to page 174. But if you accept it, the secret knowledge of the Yeti and the responsibility that goes with it, turn to page 66. Well, heck yeah, that's I'm going to turn to page 66 because I want to know what's going on with the Yeti. So let's go to 66. All right. Here's another picture. I'll show you the picture and then we'll read it. So there's is that the Buddha? There's the monk, and I believe he has the knowledge of the Yeti. So, except that I'm dying here. All right. I gladly accept your offer. I am ready for the knowledge. Come with me. He leads you to the monastery. Carlos stays behind. You and Runel enter the monastery through a huge wooden door. It is dark inside, but you make out a figure of an old man seated on the floor. I just showed you that picture. Behind him is a statue of Buddha. The man welcomes you and motions you to sit before him. You see that he is wearing the robes of a monk. You are served yak butter, tea, a thick broth that you find hard to swallow. Listen well with heart, head, and body. Listen with eyes more than with ears. Heed the cry of the Yeti, the old monk tells you. You can hear bells in the distance and wind in the pine trees just outside the window. It is beautiful. That's the tonic wine. Monks, they're all alcoholics. I wouldn't trust them. Mikey, do you know this from experience? So he's drinking. He's drank some. Yeah, okay. He's got yak butter in front of him. I'm sorry. Yak butter tea and a thick broth. Oh, I'm sorry. Yak butter tea, a thick broth that you find hard to swallow. So this is not 2 or 3 little dishes. This is just a beverage that's thick and it's yak butter tea. Okay, I get it now. I read it wrong. That you find hard to swallow. So what is that, like ayahuasca? So you got this tea. Oh, it showed him pouring some tea. Okay. So you just drink some tea. You're sitting on the floor. You're in front of a Buddhist statue with a monk. Now, let's see what happens. You sit for what seems like hours, listening with your whole being. Finally, the monk speaks. Time now to go on the next journey. What journey, you ask? This is getting too weird. A continuation of the one you are already on, he replies. Okay, here's two more choices. Yes, lots of people in prison because of tonic wine. It's potent. Mikey. Okay. My throat. I need to clear my throat. Okay, I think that helps. All right. So if I agree to take the journey, turn to page 83. If you decide that you are not prepared to change your life forever, turn to page 98. Well, I'm going on the journey, so I'm going to go to page 83. Oh my God. God, it's the little Yetis. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, I probably shouldn't have saw that page or that page. Okay. Let's see. 79, 80. Hurry up, Susie, and turn the darn pages. Did it say 83? What page was I on? Okay, God, I hope it was page 83. See what you did, Mikey? Made me lose my place. Um, this is shoot. Okay. Okay, we were on page 66. I want to make sure I'm on the right page. Okay, there's the monk. There, okay. So 83. Yes, we're on the right page. Bruno is still with you. He taps you on the shoulder, and you rise and follow him to the back of the monastery behind the golden Buddha. Oh, this is a secret room. The heavy smell of rose scented incense fills the air. The Yeti are guides to Shangri La. They take the chosen people to this hidden valley, which many have heard of and only a few have seen. You nod, wondering what comes next. One last chance, my friend. Turn back now and live a normal life with your friend Carlos, or go ahead and accept the life of the secret world. If you go on, turn to page 110. If you turn back, turn to page 113. You know I'm going to go on. So let's go to page 110. Shoot, we came all this way for what? For nothing? Okay, I'm ready, Bruno. Lead the way. Bruno taps 3 times on the back of the Buddha. Whoa. Near the spot where its skull and neck join. It makes a clanging sound like cymbals being struck. Boom. Boom. You're supposed to read it in an Indian accent. Harrison Ford told you. How do you do Indian accent? I don't know. Awesome. Before you stands a 7-foot tall being with broad shoulders and huge feet like Mikey's. His face is gentle and kind. You are not frightened? Wait, you are not frightened. Sorry, I'm not frightened. Bruno introduces him. This is Zodak. He is your special guide. Follow him. He will take you where you must go. Can I say goodbye to Carlos? Okay. It is not usual. I do not advise it. It might upset him and you. However, if you wish, go and say farewell. If you go and bid farewell to Carlos, turn to page 141. If you decide against bidding farewell, turn to page 143. What? Just to say bye to Carlos? You already said bye to Carlos when you walked into the secret room. God, we got to hold his hand? I don't think I'm going to say bye to Carlos. No, I should probably do that. We could always go back. Let's go say bye to Carlos, because he says it's not usual. I do not advise it. It might upset him and you. However, if you wish, go and say farewell. So, let's go say bye to Carlos. My God. Okay, turn to page 141. Did you just refer to me as Frodo Baggins? What am I doing getting flashbacks about Shakira's bum? Frickin' meds. Wait, what am I doing? You're distracting. You're distracting me. Okay, we're gonna go bid farewell to Carlos because that's the right thing to do, guys. We're just gonna say bye to your friends. What page is it again? 141. Okay. You walk out of the room. The Yeti Zodak accompanies you. Carlos stands outside, and he was as he was when you left him. He is frozen in time. He can't hear you, nor can you hear him. You have become a part of a different world. You start to realize some of the consequences of your decisions to go to Shangri-La. You say a quiet goodbye to Carlos, even though he cannot hear you. Oh, and follow Zodak back into the monastery. Oh, okay. So yeah, so if I would have chose not to say goodbye to Carl, it wouldn't have mattered. He can't hear me anyways. So if I decide against bidding farewell, turn to page 143. Um, yeah, yeah. Okay, 143. Oh, well, it takes me to 143 anyways. If I do decide to go say bye to Carlos. So turn to page 143. So he can't see me or hear me. He's like in uh another time, a dimension. I don't know what it is called. Okay, 143. Zodak motions to you to follow. He takes one giant step into the air. You look with amazement as he hovers a meter off the ground. He's hovering, guys. Then you step up into the air, and you too are suspended above the floor of the monastery. You are levitating. Whoosh! The two of you zoom out of the monastery, right through the walls, up into the sky. You travel at unimaginable speeds. You climb at a dizzying pace until the two of you stand on top of the sharp, icy crest of Mount Everest. Below you stretch glaciers, mountains, valleys. Glaciers, mountains, valleys. You see the world from the top. Zodak points to a narrow slot near the topmost point of Mount Everest. A narrow slot. He says, that is the route to Shangri-La. He takes 3 steps, enters the slot, and disappears from sight. What? Oh, look at this photo, guys. Goodbye, Carlos. Don't eat the local weed. this is them. They're levitating. There's the Yeti, and so he disappears up above Mount Everest through a slot. Does that mean like an entrance in the mountain? And shows him the path to Shangri-La. I don't. I've heard of Shangri-La before, but I never really knew what it is, if it's real. Is it like their version of heaven or something, or I don't know. I I don't know. I don't know. So okay, back into the thicket. But wait, am I reading on the right page? That's so confusing. You see the world for the okay. Turn to page 149. What? Zodak motions you to follow him. He takes one giant step into the air. You look with amazement as he hovers a meter off the ground. Then you step up into the air, and you, too, are suspended above the floor. Monastery. You are levitating. Whoosh! The two of you zoom out of the monastery, right through the walls, up into the sky. You travel at unimaginable speeds. You climb at a dizzying pace until the two of you stand on top of the sharp, icy crest of Mount Everest. Below you stretch glaciers, mountains, valleys. You see the world from the top. Zodak points to a narrow slot near the topmost point of Mount Everest. He says, that is the route to Shangri-La. He takes 3 steps, enters the slot, and disappears from sight. Turn to page 149. So that's not even the picture I was supposed to show you guys. Sorry. 149. You take one last look at the earth about you. You see the clouds rolling up from the flat. Hi, Polly. How you doing? Welcome in. Where in the name of the wee man did you get that book? At the library. Good to see you, Polly. Shangri-La is a place, isn't it? Maybe it's a cocktail. I don't know. It could be. So, you take one last look at the earth about you. You see the clouds rolling up from the flat, dry plains. Wait, up from the flat, dry plains of the Punjab in India. You see the curve of the earth. You see the contrail of an airplane far to the south. You step into the narrow chute. It's warm, glistening with the shine of a metal unknown to you. You hover in space in the narrow metal tube. What is going on? What did he just step into? A narrow chute. It's warm, glistening with the shine of a metal unknown to you. You hover in space in the narrow metal tube, like a cigar UFO. Is that what we're describing? A narrow metal tube? In truth, you are moving at a great speed down through the center of the Everest. Oh, you went into the mountain. Okay, we're like in an elevator or what? Okay, there is a rose-colored glow around you. Ooh. Where is the Zodak? Um, where is Zodak? Some guide. You think leaving me alone. Um, what's next? Turn to page 169. All right, guys, let's see where this takes us. 169. I see all kinds of stuff. Why didn't I reading that adventure? Okay, 169. This book. These books are fun. Honestly, they're really fun. Hey, where's 169 at? Oh, there it is, stuck in between 167 and 170. Okay. Oh, 169 is one more over. Okay. With a gentle bump. Oh, here's another picture, guys. It's just the top of Mount Everest. I'll show it after I'm done. With a gentle bump, you come to rest. In front of you is a clear glass door. You push it open. There stands Zodak. Come, welcome to Shangri-La. You walk out into a dark green valley surrounded by low-lying hills. In the distance are high mountains. So here's the picture of the Everest. I'm gonna pick this up a little bit out of the way here. Like this. Ouch. Okay, like this. So here's the picture. Oops, sorry. Can you see? There's the picture. So I guess we just went into Everest and went down and into Everest. Is from what I understand. Is that right? 69 is getting graphic now. I'm your number 97. Foley's laughing. Mikey, you're crazy. Okay, but we like it, Mikey. We like you're crazy. Okay. So you walk out into a dark green valley surrounded by low-lying hills. In the distance are high mountains. Mountains. One of them looks like Everest. You hear music unlike any music you have ever heard before. It is somewhat like the sounds in a monastery, the bells and wind. The sunlight is warm and relaxing. And it says, go on to the next page. All right. Zodak leads you down a long trail to a 7-story building. It seems to be a fortress, but it is painted white and red and gold. Okay, a fortress painted white, red, and gold. There are no soldiers, no guns, only people who smile and greet you as though you are an old friend. It seems so natural. You turn to Zodak and you get a shock. His form has changed. Now he is the mirror image of you. What does this mean? Although you never find out about that, you learn about many things as you stay in the valley. You have the chance to try many activities you could never try before, but only what is available in the valley. You learn to be contented within the limits of the small valley. Second thoughts? Yeah, like I'm stuck here, like and the Yeti turned into me, so now I got a doppelganger. Uh, turn to page 163. Oh, I'm going back. Okay, let's turn to page 163. We're on page 171, guys. So 160. Oh, I'm seeing an ending, guys. What? Hold on. All right. One last chance. Is that it? Is that what you want? Okay, you're on. Out of the valley of Shangri-La and back to the real world. Oh no! I didn't want to go back. Hold on. Wait. Where was I at? Turn to page 160. Go to the next page. So, after figuring out that Zodak turned into me It says to turn to page 60. It only gives me one choice. And then when I do that, it says one last chance. Is that it? Is that what you want? Okay, you're on. Out of the Valley of Shangri-La and back to the real world? Is it different? Can you do whatever you want? Can you fulfill your dreams? Can you enjoy your life completely? Or must you be content within limits? The end. What the heck? Polly thinks people I don't like boring, so I just make stuff up. People, stuff up. LOL. Oh yeah, Mikey says some crazy. He says some crazy stuff. It's great. We should laugh. We should laugh more, right? Right, Polly. I agree. Definitely. Mikey says it's good for your health. So is, but I like other activities too. So okay, so I traveled into Mount Everest with Zodak. What is his name? Zodak. Um, but see, I kind of thumbed through the book here, and I was like, with a unicorn and other yetis, and what the heck? Where's all that stories at? So confusing. So I don't know how I ended up on this path, but this one is more complex because I don't know where I went, where I should have, where I had the ability to choose a different adventure. Because we met with the monk, we went behind the Buddha, the Buddha statue, and behind the wall. We met Zodak. We said goodbye to Carlos, but he couldn't see me. And then we went into Mount Everest, and then it didn't take me. Like this picture shows me with a whole group of Yetis. Look, a whole family. See that? Where's that adventure? So you got to like figure out where you went. Is that boobs? Is that one of boobs? I went over there with the baby, but that man, he's got a maybe those a muscular chest. But see, they're all sitting there. Where's that adventure? Susie, if you're ever abducted, just show them the book and they'll release you. Right? Um, what? So yeah, that's the beauty of these books, guys, because so it makes you spend quite some time with these books, and so maybe it's when no, because if it was to say goodbye to Carlos, there was two options. I chose to say goodbye, but it took me to the same page if I would have not have said goodbye to Carlos. So that wasn't the point in the book where I could have been led to another adventure. So you almost would have to start all over again, go through the book, which it doesn't take very long as you've seen how quick I go through this. That was pretty much it, the end. Um, you almost have to go start from the beginning and then choose your adventure from there and choose just the opposite path. But I really wanted to find the adventure where I met the family of Yeti, because basically I just got stuck. I see I'm riding an elephant right here. Oops. I don't remember that adventure. So darn it. And you could go through all the adventures. There's many other stories. Like it says, there's 28 different endings. But how to get to them, I think you have to start from the beginning again. And I don't know if you guys want to do that. It's almost been 3 hours. What did you say? That's too happy. That Yeti, he's ate too many mushrooms. I know, right? And plus, I drank this yak butter tea that was you could stand a spoon in. And how do I know that that butter tea didn't make me see all this stuff, right? Did the butter tea make me see all this stuff? My God, I don't know. But the book, I like the book. I want my own set of these. That because like I can go back and totally experience a whole different adventure than what I just experienced. That's what the beauty of these books. They're many stories in one book, which I think that's why I like them so much. So that was one adventure. And you can totally open it, and have a totally different adventure going through it again. So it's just awesome. That's why I like these books so much. So we did Project UFO, and I'm gonna find out how I could probably purchase these in the future. But so we got Project UFO and the Abominable Snowman. These are fun. And if you have children and you're watching, go get your kids these books. Go get them one. I mean, if they're within the age bracket of reading, I think what is this? What's the age? I would say anywhere 10 to 12 years old. I think these would be fun. But see, it tests your decision making, and your basically. I think it tests. It's good to help you decide, and then if you didn't make a so great decision, you can go back. But yeah, they're real easy to read. These I like these ones. These hardbacks. These are nice. This one's in great shape too. And the words are big too. You can read them really nice, real easy. See how big they are? The words are pretty big. It's real nice. Pages are soft in this one, like silk. All right, Susie, that's enough of the book. Just put it down. Put the book down. Actually, I do have a phlebotomist appointment. They stick things in me and I bleed. Are you gonna go get your blood? Go get a blood test? No, you have to get. Are they gonna check your A1C or something? That's none of my business, but yeah, usually if you go get a blood test, that is before a procedure of some sort, or it could be a physical. If life was like that, I would have went back on hundreds of times, right? Uh, those are fun books. I really like them, and I never thought I would be reading on my channel, but now that I'm close to a library, um, I never went. I didn't go last summer because I saw it, and I had it in my heart set that I would do that. But at that time, I was doing painting classes here, and I was I was involved in several activities that took my time up, so I wasn't able to. And this year, um, I'm making time for the library. So, and I actually found some books. Oh, guess what else I found? I found a romance novel. I found now the front of the cover isn't all fancy. Like it doesn't show like the man and the woman embracing and in a lustly embrace. How would they say in the book? But this one's called A Natural History of the Senses. Now, there was a ton of books. I bought this book. This book was $1, guys. And on here, usually the books say how much they cost. So this is an $11 book. In Canada, it's $15. But I bought this to improve my vocabulary, and I did enjoy romance books a long time ago, and but I've never really bought one, and this is my first one. This is my first romance book ever. I don't know if it's a romance book, but it says it's an aphrodisiac for the sense receptors. Read a chapter, then step outside, and voila. The sky is deeper blue. The birds sing a sweeter song. How could the world seem otherwise after feasting on voluptuous prose like this? Like this. A wonderful idea for a narrative journey, one that touches upon biology, anthropology, art, and human consciousness. A heady, sometimes utterly engaging dive into the world around us. From From hormonal effects of the smell of musk to the biological necessity of touch. Ackerman's poetic vision allows her to find mystery and meaning in the most personal and idiosyncratic places. Idiosyncratic places. Uh-oh. Does that mean in nature? Or does that mean on the human anatomy? I don't know. I'm scared. No, I'm just kidding. Mills and Boone, the bloods are just routine tests. Okay. No, I had my neck procedure. Oh, they fixed your neck, Mikey. The bloods are just a routine test. That's exactly what books are good for, improving vocabulary, right? That's why I bought this one. Um, when I was reading these when I was younger, right? Not the romance ones. I was reading other stuff. I probably where did I come across? Somehow I came across. It's probably the library. I don't know, but I noticed that the vocabulary written in those romance novels are freaking amazing, and they're beautiful, and they're words that people don't use every day, and they're very eloquent words. They're very poetically said. So that's why I like these. But I don't know what this. I kind of was drawn to this book because of the cover for one, and I didn't realize it. I thought it was flowers, but when you look closely at it, it's the back. It's the back, the woman's back and the back of her neck. It looks like that's interesting, or is it not? Is it flower petals? I don't know. That's interesting. But yeah, I'm gonna read this to stimulate my vocabulary. And the words are so small, but thank goodness I have glasses. Right? So yeah, those were the two choose your own adventure. Tomorrow, I'm gonna take these back tomorrow, and I'm gonna look through the book nook because there's a bookshop up there, and I'm gonna look to see if they have any for sale. If they have any for sale, I will buy them. They're only $1, guys. So I bought this one for $1. This one says national bestseller. Huh. They had fancy books too. They had a lot of. They had a whole two shelf. Was it two shelves on romance? And some of the covers looked really fancy, nice hard covers, and for $1. And I told the lady, I was like, "You guys are giving these books away." And she goes, "They're donated." Like, well, that's a great price, very affordable. I mean, shoot, I could buy like 50 books. There's like 20 bucks. There, you got 20 books. $10, 10 books. So it's a win-win situation. Um, that's right. Yeah. So I'll maybe read some of that. I don't know if you guys want me to read the romance novel to you guys. I don't know. It's not that kind of show, but let's see. Let me just read a little paragraph out of here. Let's see. I'm just random page. Let me just read this. No two of us taste the same plum. Heredity allows some people to eat asparagus and pee fragrantly afterwards, or eat artichokes and then taste any drink. Even water is sweet. Some people are more sensitive to bitter taste than others and find saccharin appalling, while others guzzle diet sodas. Salt cravers have saltier saliva. Really? Their mouths are accustomed to a higher sodium level, and foods must be saltier before they register as salty. Of course, everyone's saliva is different and distinctive, flavored by diet. Whether or not they smoke, heredity, perhaps even mood. How strange that we acquire taste as we grow. Babies don't like olives, mustard, hot pepper, beer, fruits that make one pucker, or coffee. After all, coffee is bitter, a flavor from the forbidden and dangerous realm. To eat a pickle, one's risk One risks one's common sense overrides the body's warning with sheer reason. Calm down. It's not dangerous. The brain says it's novel and interesting. A change and an exhilaration. See that? 20 bucks, 20 bucks. Did I sound like an auctioneer? Don't know yet, Susie. They've tried to fix it. 5 hours head in a vice surgery. Oh, your head was in a vice. Well, so I'm still in post op pain inside, but I need to be really careful with my activities. Good. So we get more Mikey time then, huh? Because you're laying down, relaxing. No more, no lifting, right? No work, Mikey. Give your bodies time to rest. People are stubborn. I was. I cut my cast off. Here I am telling you, you better rest. But I knew that I was able. I knew. So I don't know why, but I don't know. I knew. I knew my body. It was time to get out of the cast. You just know. You know your own body. I sounded like an auctioneer. 20 bucks, 20 bucks. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna enjoy this book because it says when you finish with it, you're gonna see everything differently. Um, so it basically expands your the way you think about stuff, I guess, huh? It's kind of cool. I don't think this is an actual romance novel. I think if it's more of an educational or I don't know. Touch. They are excessively warm hands that continually want to cool themselves and involuntarily lay themselves on any cold object. Have you guys ever done that? Have you guys ever been soothed by cold objects? Um, when I was little, we had I slept. We had a bunk bed, and I always slept on the bottom, and the wall was always so cold. I used to I used to lay my arm on it, and it was cold, and that cold was soothing to me. And then I ended up sleeping with my leg on the wall, so I was pressed up against the wall, usually on my left side, and my right leg was pressed against the wall, and my left leg was straight, and my right leg was up on the wall, bent. And I couldn't sleep unless I did that. I had to have that cold feeling pressed against me. It was just, and even now when I see like cold like stone, oh my gosh, I like to lay my arms on it. If I could put my legs on it, that'd be awesome. But you know, it kind of looks funny in public. But like we have a counter in my bathroom that says it's cold, like a cold stone. It's not stone, but you know, like a sink. They're white. They're made of what, ceramic or. But that gets real cold just sitting there in the AC all day. Oh, I love to put my arm on it. Feels so good. Is anybody else like that? Is that weird? Actually, I'm feeling better mentally, Susie. That's why I'm here, because I was involving myself in chats. I was kind of depressed. It's been 14 months of pain. Aww, poor thing. I understand. I'm so sorry you're going through that, Mikey. Gosh darn it. Gosh darn pain. You don't even want to know what I do with my pain. My pain management. My pain management. What was it called? My pain management choices. Sounds kinky. Oh, the cold thing? I know, right? It's just a weird thing. I've loved that since I was a kid. So it says here, with the cold object. So they are excessively warm hands that continually want to cool themselves and involuntarily lay themselves on any cold object. That's weird because that's like what I do. outspread. With air between the fingers into those hands, the blood could shoot as it mounts to a person's head. What? And when clenched, they were indeed like the heads of madmen raging with fancies. Whoa. I don't even want to begin to try to understand what that just said. I would have to read it again. I'm going to pretend like I didn't read that. No, I don't know. Uh, do you have smells grouped in your mind and memory? The way woodwinds occupy one element of an orchestra and strings another. See, this book is going to be a trip because this Helen. They talk about Helen Keller in here. How something they talk about Helen Keller in here. Something about her sense. One of her senses that was heightened because of her blindness, right? So she may have had a very keen sense of hearing, and there may have been other stuff we didn't know about Helen Keller. And I noticed they brought her up in this book when I was thumbing through it before I decided to take it home. That it mentioned Helen Keller, and I thought that was very intriguing because I really that's some stuff like there's a lot of information out there, a lot of missing little pieces of information that we have access to, and depending where we're looking, but books in a library, oh, there's so much stuff in there, so much cool stuff. Oh, I know, pain gets you down. Shit, it makes you angry and grumpy and pissed. uh, People who are in pain, like you see people like pissed off in public that are like limping, or take into account that they may be in a lot of pain, and maybe they're out of their pain meds, or they're trying to wean themselves off of the pain meds because they're on them so much, and they're tired of being on them, right? I know from experience from my leg accident. But people who are grumpy may not be grumpy because they're mad at other people. They're probably grumpy because they're in pain from their back, their legs, their knees, their neck, like poor Mikey. So just take that into account when you're in public and you run across someone that's grumpy or in a very bad mood, or someone even speeding. How many times have you had to run to the bathroom before you were going to shit your pants, right? You just you you kind of have to take into account that someone may be speeding. Not that it's safe and not that it's right. I'm not saying that that's right, but this could happen. I mean, maybe they're 3 minutes from home and they speed by you and they cut you off, or they not cut you off. Some people that cut you off, I don't know. I think people just speeding by you, they could be having an emergency. But just kind of think that way, that people that do erratic things or angry, that they have a reason, right? You have to think at least they have to have a reason. You have to at least give them the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, best not tell people you want to do things that don't look right in public. No, I wouldn't do that thing in public. No, I do that in the privacy of my own home. Don't even go there about detoxing. I don't know how I'm gonna do that. Oh my god, I know, Mikey. Uh, it's gonna be hard. Try not to be around people when you do it. Ben T, the best tea is Ben T. My mouse battery is low. Okay, so where's the charger for it? Where is it? I know I have it around here somewhere. That's okay. I'll just use my. How you doing, Ben T? You don't get road rage? Oh my god, I had the worst road rage, and thank goodness I had a passenger in the car, because just them saying calm down, it helped me realize I was overdoing it, going overboard, right? So that helped a whole lot, because this guy just literally pulled out in front of me. I was in in a lane to turn right, and there was it was a business building that this van. It was like a what was it? A maroon minivan or a blue minivan? I can't remember. I think it was blue. But he didn't even stop pulling out of the parking lot. He just pulled right in front, and I was going probably about 45 miles an hour. He just pulled out in front of me slow, and darted and went across the lane to go and get into the left turning lane. Didn't even put his brakes on, and I was like, I could have T-boned him. So what I had to do was go. I had to swerve and turn and get into the turning lane where he ended up to pass him because I was going too fast. Otherwise, I would have had to slam my brakes on. He didn't even acknowledge that I was coming. So, and then I was like, "F you" out the window because I was so pissed, and I gave him the finger a couple of times. And then my passenger said, "Susie, to calm down." So I was like, I did kind of. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he's partially blind. I don't. Maybe he shouldn't be driving. But you know what I mean. I was really mad. Drive a creeper van. People don't mess with you. This was. I'm not gonna go buy a creeper van. Actually, I always look at. That draws my attention even more. Like, I actually start looking for vans like that don't have handles. Let me see. Don't have no windows, right? And if one is ever open, I check the inside to see if there's. Usually they remove the handles so you can't open it from the inside, and that van is doing bad things. Is being used for bad things. That's different, Susie. That could have been an accident. I know. I mean, I lost my crap. I lost it because that was so irresponsible. Blood prints on the doors. Or you could get that paint, and when you decide to wash it, like they do in carpets, when you have wet feet, your feet look bloody when you step on that carpet, or if you put your handprints on it wet on a white carpet, it somehow changes the white to red. It looks like blood. You could do that kind of paint, so and make it temperature control, temperature reacting. So you could put like handprints on a white van that are temperature reacting. So when you put cold on it, you could see red handprints, like bloody. I mean, that would be fun. I don't know if they make that yet. Do they make paint like that for automotive? Free candy sign, free puppies. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, so those were two good books. Do you guys like the Choose Your Own Adventure books? I really like them, as you can see. I have a lot of fun with them. And I apologize for not reading them like a pro, but I'll learn. I'll go to the library tomorrow and I want to grab that vampire one because, there's some good, juicy stuff in there. I don't know if it's romance, but that's what I should find. I should go find a romance vampire book. Like, not like Twilight or anything. Maybe not. Maybe that's not a good idea. The Western ones seem to be good. They're always Westerns. They're always like Southern Belle Western. I wonder if they have I don't know. I haven't looked at one in such a long time. I'm going to have to go back to that section and I'm going to go early this time. I'm going to spend a long time in there because I want to go through a lot of books and just look through them. See, I could spend a lot of time in the library. And they don't mind if I go live in there either. That's cool. Free Victoria's Secret gift cards inside. That's so bad. I have a mentally immensely unstable screen sign and driven by a mad bastard rear bumper sticker. I mean, where did you get those? um, so, has everybody noticed all the fall Halloween stuff already out on the shelves, guys? Oh, here's my plum. Here's my plum. It's very juicy. People bought you them? Those are nice friends. It's their way of warning everybody else, huh? Yeah, I really like those books. So what else did I get? Just those two. Just the two I checked out and I purchased two. The other one is in about the San Simeon Hearst Castle, and that was really interesting. They're honest friends, right? That's pretty darn honest. I bet you laughed your head off when you they handed it to you. So yeah, that was pretty good. I'm glad I went through those books. I didn't want to spend too much time with these books because there's probably 8 more at the library. But I like these hardbacks. I didn't think I would ever see these again. I thought they would be like I thought they would go out of print and but the stories they're all like fantasy stuff, so it's kind of cool. It's interesting that they talked about New Mexico in this one and several places. It's interesting. Hearst Castle has tons of occult icons. Oh really? Well, I got a book, Venti. I got the book with pictures. It's got a bunch of color photos in it of the statue. There's a statue there. Should we go through that? There's a statue in this book. It's very nice book. It's on my table, but I was kind of thumbing through it earlier, and there's a statue there that looks kind of like a sphinx. Like it looks like a woman head with the breasts and the body of a cat kind of thing. But it doesn't have the headdress like the Sphinx, so it's kind of different. But it looks similar to like what does they call those? A griffin, but the head of a human. This one has a head of a human, not an eagle. And it shows a lot of things that I don't remember. The last time I was at Hearst Castle, it was a school field trip, and I believe we were in elementary when we went there last. And me and my papa went with me, and that was so long ago, and I've been wanting to see it, like go back and look at it and look again. Everything's different when you're a kid. So, and I don't remember. I remember the pool inside, the gold, because they were adamant about pointing out the gold in the pool and the ceiling and embedded in in certain places of the castle, and the tapestries. And that's all I really remember. I don't even remember the garden. I'm sure there's a garden there. I want to go see the garden. Mike, you leaving? You've got an hour 40 to get showered, dressed, and up to the phlebotomist. So next time, Susie and Ben, okay? Keep hugging them stones. I will. Don't you forget it. And don't tell anybody else. I might have a so it don't cause road rage. Yes, go to the restroom before you get in your car. You're still listening on the big TV though? Oh, okay. While you shower and get ready? Yeah, shoot, let me grab that book. Let me grab that book since we started talking about it. Let me grab it real quick. I was shocked to find it in the library. It's a big book too. It's called The Story. It's the story of Hearst Castle. It's called The Enchanted Hill. I've never never would have thought that I would run into something like this about Hearst Castle. So where's the bigger one? Darn it, this one. So here's the book right here. So it's called The Enchanted Hill of Hearst Castle. The story of Hearst Castle at San Simeon. And it's got a picture on the back. This is Hearst Castle. If anyone has never seen it, this is in California in San Simeon. It's right off of the, what is it, the Golden Highway, Highway 1, or I can't remember. It's been so long since, well, I was there like 3 summers ago, and I was close to Hearst Castle. I wanted to go too. Sorry about banging the mic, but this is Hearst Castle, and it's a beautiful place. So as you can see, it's full of pictures. It's got oh, is that a map? Is that like a blueprint of the, who is that guy? William Randolph Hearst. Oh, this was William Randolph Hearst. Look at this. He's all like, so this is William Randolph Hearst. This is some crazy, not crazy. I think it's beautiful, but there's lots of statues. Sorry, my hair's all messy, guys. It's not a fashion show, but next time I'll do my hair nicer. I apologize. So even the upholstery on this couch. Look at this. Let me just show you this. They had a lot of angels everywhere. Look at that. That's the couch. That's like a couch, well, a recliner, like a lazy boy, right? But that's the upholstery. You see all the angels in there? All those little white angels. So, oh my God, look at this lamp. I mean, if anybody, to see stuff like this in a castle, it looks like satin with lace, or it could be a satin finish, huh? Is it a satin finish? Could be platinum, for all we know. Shoot, there's so much money in that castle. It probably says San Simeon's only example of genuinely Victorian art is this 1890s. Oh, it's a silver and enamel lamp by Tiffany and Company. Oh my God. It is believed to have been the prosperity of Phoebe Apperson Hearst. That's in the assembly room. So you can take a tour of this place. Unbelievable. Oh my God. This is one of the tapestries on the wall. I remember seeing the tapestry. Let's see if I can get it better. So it's like in the forest. There's horses. I think this is a hunt. I remember that. This is the hunt. So I think they're hunting. Um. So this is a tapestry. This is not a painting. This is a tapestry. This is actually hanging on the wall, like a big carpet on the wall, right? Whoops, it's a tapestry. The spirits feed off the energy of the tourists. Oh my god. I would love to go back as an adult and hear about the like if there's any anomalies, any kind of anomalies there, or anything. I'd like to see if I could feel like something weird or get a feeling. Your gut tells you these things. They got a bunch of statues there, a bunch of women and men, barely clothed. Wow, the ceiling. The ceiling has something that looks like Zeus on horses. So, I don't know how easy. Let me push this away. That gets in the way. So where is it at? It's right here. So that's like the ceiling. That's on the ceiling. And oh god, it's not going to go into focus. But it looks like Zeus. Shoot. Maybe I can change the... Hold on. Where is it at? I think it's here. Okay. Where's the bigger one? No. This one. Okay, that's kind of better. So, right here. Let me try to get it straight. So that's the ceiling of the castle, one of the rooms. I don't know where exactly. I'll have to read it. But I don't remember from me going there. That looks like Zeus. It looks like there's a horse there, and then there's a woman in the background. But all that is on the ceiling. And I don't know what spirits you would be talking about, Benti, because I don't know. Like, did the owners die there? Were they taken out? Were they buried there? Was there, was there like blackmail going on in the family? Did they take each other out to inherit fortune? That's usually what happens in these families, where there's a lot of money involved, and the money goes to their head, and then there's always someone greedy. You were there as a teenager? Yeah, I think I was just right. I was preteen, right? I was before teenager, so I didn't hear all that stuff. I went innocently, just thinking that this was this beautiful castle, and I got to see all these things. But now, as an adult, I'm gonna have to read all this stuff and like find out. They have some weird stuff in here. Like there's a doll in here. It's a lamp. It kind of looks like a harlequin, but it's different than what you would normally see. Or I don't know if my lens is blurry or what. I'm just not focusing good. But anyways, that Sphinx thing that I was telling you, knew nothing of the place when going through. Oh, so you didn't know anything either until after? It seems like there's some kind of Roman, like Roman influence in here. Look at this statue. I don't know. That kind of feels like God. Get it straight, Susie. See that? That's a lamp. Doesn't that kind of look Roman to you? Doesn't it have like a Roman influence to it? That's pretty creepy. Like, I don't think I would put that in my house because I would be afraid that it might blink one day or move or, you know what I mean? I just wouldn't put that. Oh, is that Greek? Okay. Oh, that is grape leaves on his, looks like maybe it could be grape leaves on his shoulder. You got to look at this stuff for a while because, you know, the tour is timed, right? And to be able to stay there longer than they shuffle you through would be nice to actually sit and kind of absorb some of this stuff because a lot of this stuff has some fine detail. And I like to, especially a place like this, unless I got creeped out, I would love to see the detail because just looking at this photo, it looks like he has kind of like something around his neck and it kind of looks like an apple or a persimmon. And his body has, his shoulders look like grape leaves, but it's just weird. And he's part of the post. Oh, well, what is he? He's wearing a bodice of acanthus leaves, and a Spanish-style corbel for a hat. A plaster of Paris caryatid stands Amazon-like in San Simeon's 50-seat theater. Oh, they had a theater in there. I don't remember the theater. Okay, so see, it's really there's a bunch of things going on in their style in this castle. There's a lot of angels in there. Excuse me. And see, some of this looks like Turkish to me or Arabic. Now, as an adult, as a kid, I didn't know what the hell I was looking at. I was just like, this is beautiful. Wow. Ooh. This is a big bedroom. Look at the bed. I mean, our house was like, it was really small. I mean, because I was little and they were still small. And now I'm bigger, the house was even way smaller than I ever imagined. Unbelievable. We lived in a really tiny little house. But, is that part of the... I mean, they got some crazy stuff. Maybe I could do a video, maybe, and do the... Oh, look at this. There's a guy that looks really hairy. Look at this statue. It's hard because of this, because of the glare. This guy, you could see the hair on his legs. That guy is covered in hair. And that's a statue there, holding a sword. But look at that. It's even carved into his all the detail in his legs show that it's hairy. He's hairy. Very, very hairy. I don't think those are pants either. It looks like I'd like to see his feet. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's got 5 fingers, but it's not clothing, guys. This is his body hair, and it's thick. Like, why is it so thick? It's there's no sleeve cuff. That's hair that disappears at the wrist. So I don't know what that is. A Spanish Gothic wild man. A wild man. At the front door of La Casa Grande. That's a wild man, guys. That's a lot of hair that guy has. Okay, he's right at the front entrance, so don't know if you can see. That's the entrance. And that's where the statues are at. Why would you put a wild man in the front of your castle entrance? Two 15th century Spanish wild men guard the iron entry gates of La Casa Grande. The equestrian figure and virgin and child group above the door are likewise from the Hearst Sculpture Collection. Oh wow! See, and that looks nothing like anything I've ever seen anywhere. Carved and cast stonework of the 1920s completes the illusion of a northern Spanish cathedral. I haven't seen anything like this. Hearst Castle is definitely unique. There's even an armor helmet's up at the top. Is that a unicorn? No, it's a normal horse. There's angels underneath that wild man. But the wild men aren't, their facial expression is just weird. They look friendly. I can guess why they're there. Why do you think? And their shields is like not perfect. It's like, well, one of them maybe has chipped, but it's kind of like the shield is different than what I'm used to seeing. That's a big freaking knife though, sword that they got. 15th century Spanish wildmen. That's interesting. So they got kind of like gargoyles up at the top. One side is an eagle and the other side is that a griffin? I don't know. But yeah, this place is very interesting. Oh my god, is that two men? I don't remember seeing that in the garden. The Wrestlers in Carrara Marble by Romanelli Brothers. So this is a statue of men wrestling, but they did not have any clothes on. A girl with parrot. Who does this look like? Have you see that statue? God, I don't know if it's clear enough. She kind of looks maybe that's Greek, huh? Like you said, Binti. I have to definitely read this, and that's one of many light standards inspired by the Greco-Roman boundary marker. What does Greco-Roman mean? GRAE. I'm gonna have to research that. But I got this to show my hubby what this castle looks like, and then you got me thinking about other stuff. Oh, here's that Egyptian stuff that I told you about. This is outside somewhere. This is what I told you kind of looked like the Sphinx. Oh, she's not laying down, she's sitting down. Sorry, that was my poor interpretation of a memory. See that? Doesn't that look Egyptian? They have like the headdress just like the Egyptians. So, hopefully that was long enough for you to see. Oh my god, the bottom one doesn't even look like a human head. The top one definitely looks like a female, but with a big forehead. Like really weird. The bottom one, that doesn't look human at all. And I never really noticed this stuff. There's a naked man holding up a table, a solid marble, carved, sculpted. beautiful. My God, the marble they used is so white. You need shadows to show the details. You know what I mean? But they're beautiful. The bodies back then, the way that they were interpreted, the women were not like, you couldn't see their ribs, but they were skinny, but they had meat on them, and they were beautiful, just gorgeous. You couldn't see their bones. Look at this. This is gorgeous too. Oh, I don't know if you can see. See the women? I don't know. That looks kind of suspicious. They're probably they all just had some wine. none of them none of them have really too many clothes on either. Isis, there you go. Oh, the Greek lady, the Greek Roman. That's what Greco means. Greek and Roman. The marble is pure white. There's no veins through it. It's pure white. I don't know what kind of. It probably says what kind of marble that is, unless it's That's the most beautiful marble I've ever seen. That's pure white. So you have the some kind of a pool area, or maybe it's like a place to cool off, to walk in and sit down like a Roman bath, and they got statues in there. Where is that a merman? They're like mermen. So they're man, half fish, holding up. I think that's a shell, and there's a woman standing on top with her hair all the way down to her calves, and then there's little children sitting at her feet. And these are all sculpted. And then what is over here? It's hard. Marbles, that pure white marble is hard to see the detail unless it's in a shadow. I'm telling you, it's really hard. So smooth and beautiful. This place is amazing. I really would like to go back. Seeing like things like this. I mean, they didn't really have any statues with any clothes on. But they're beautiful. Look at, you can't see these women's ribs. You can't see that they look malnourished. They're healthy, but yet they're thin and just beautiful. And I think these are stone. I don't think these are marble. We'll have to read it. La Source. They're called La Source, a sculpture group with a modern style of the 1920s. That looks like stone in there. It's. I don't think it's cement. I think it's a type of stone. Let me see. Does it say in here? He had elephants there on his property. Said he had elephants. Tigers, water buffaloes, yaks, ostrich, and chimpanzees. And he planted whatever he wanted there. That's interesting. He raised Arabian horses and dachshunds. Wow, he had a lot of them, 70 to 80. That's crazy. I didn't know he had those wild animals there. So I think this is the whole property. Let me show you. If I can show you, I think that's the whole Hearst Castle. That's how big it is. And honestly, I don't remember because I was so little. I mean, I wasn't even a teenager. I believe I was preteen. But they offered this field trip to us, and we paid. I think we just paid. I don't know how much we paid. Of course, my parents paid it, but only one parent could go, and so my dad went with me. My papa, he went with me here, but I don't remember it this being this big. The tour that we went on, I don't think we got to see all of Hearst Castle. I know we got to see part of the interior of the castle, and they have an indoor pool. And I remember seeing some of the fountain outside, but I don't remember seeing all those naked statues. They probably did that on purpose for the kids because we were all a group of kids on a field trip. So they probably took us to an area where there wasn't a lot of that stuff because I don't remember seeing all that. Or if I did, I probably didn't pay attention to it. But it seems like they got a lot of naked statues everywhere. A lot of angels too. But a lot of them are not clothed. So this is an interesting book. It's got a lot of photos in it. I'm really glad I got it and found it. How it ended up here in Arizona is beyond me, but it's really interesting. I'm definitely going to learn a lot about it. I also have the floor layout of kind of like the layout of the castle right there. Kind of interesting. Really nice. It's a diagram. Sorry, it's called a diagram. And everything is labeled what it is. So there's a Neptune pool. Section A is Casa del Mar. Section B is Casa del Monte. Oh, it's all Spanish, huh? D is West Terrace. They have a West Terrace Neptune's pool. That's probably where I saw the merman. Casa Grande, indoor Roman pool with rooftop tennis court, a north terrace and a south terrace. Just amazing. I bet it'll tell me how long it took for them to build all this. It must have taken years. Wow. Just cool. Oh, this guy has a leaf over his junk. Over his he's got manscape over his his man stuff. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's crazy. I'm looking for anything that's kind of weird or it's just interesting. Their fireplaces were like 4 feet high, you know, like what is that, 2 feet deep? Just gorgeous, big, huge fireplaces. Big old dining hall. A hall. This ain't no room. That's a hall. With a big, huge freaking fireplace at the end. I would love to see what the kitchen looks like. What do they cook on? What do they cook on? You know, I want to see the bathrooms. I want to see bedrooms. But yeah, this is a cool book. Okay, reserve tickets for tours as well as for campsites can be held as far in advance as 60 days prior to the date of use. Actually, as long as reservations are made a few days prior to the desired date. The traveler will be cared for except perhaps for marathon weekends like Memorial Day or Labor Day travelers. from afar who plan to visit other parts of the state before arriving at San Simeon are advised to call. Oh, the castle. Here's the phone number. Or consult a travel agent in advance or write. They have a P.O. box. Tickets can also be purchased directly from the ticket office at the visitor center, which opens at 8 a.m. Ticket prices are naturally subject to change. Let it suffice to say that at this time adults are charged one rate. 17-year-olds and younger pay half price. Children 5 or younger can make the tour free of charge, provided they sit on an adult's lap while riding the shuttle bus up and down the hill. And school groups are eligible for a discount if taking the tour during the school year and if accompanied by appropriate chaperones. That's what we did. So the tours are all different. And wow, it has all the information in here. So it has the different tours. So there's a tour 2, tour 3. Wow. So the public's access to the castle is a strictly on-guided tour basis. To date, Tour 1 is the old standby of the present 3 tour system. An entire busload of 53 visitors can, as a single group, take Tour 1, which is recommended for the visitor's first trip to the estate. The tour includes the most grandiose and for many San Simeon aficionados, the most memorable of La Casa Grande's numerous rooms: the theater room, the refectory, assembly room, and the billiard room. Tour 2, which focuses almost entirely on the upper floors of La Casa Grande, was initiated in 1964 and has proved immensely popular. Its capacity is limited just to a dozen people to a group, due to the relatively restricted spaces through which the tour moves, and thus the need for advance reservations is greater than for either Tour 1 or Tour 3. Undoubtedly, what keeps Tour 2 groups full the year-round, 7 days a week, is the visitors' anticipation of seeing William Randolph Hearst's private third-floor rooms. Indeed, Hearst's Gothic suite is an architectural and decorative wonder, but the prospective visitor should be aware that the vast majority of rooms in La Casa Grande are guest rooms of equal impressiveness. Tour 3 is a fitting sequel to the marvels already seen on Tours 1 and 2. Like the others, this tour begins near the outdoor Neptune pool, then embark on a course of its own. First, it takes in Casa del Monte, smallest of the 3 cottages, and then the new wing of La Casa Grande, where the visitor is shown the result of the final 2 years of construction at San Simeon. So from 1945 to 1947. Took 2 years to build all of this? It couldn't. Nearly every room on Tour 3 is a bedroom, bath, or sitting room, many of them connected in 3-room suites. Holy moly. The marble-lined bathrooms in the wing are by themselves nothing short of spectacular. Visitors will experience, as though in a time warp, the architectural and decorative contrasts of the 1920s and late 40s. Visitors wishing to see as much of the Enchanted Hill as possible will come satisfactorily close to the mark by taking all 3 tours. It should be remembered, though, that each tour requires its own bus ride up and down the hill. Here, there is no option of remaining on the hill after completing one tour while waiting for another. Each tour, including travel time, lasts 1 hour and 45 minutes, of which 1 hour and 15 minutes is spent being conducted about the castle grounds and through the buildings. A back-to-back trek on Tours 1 and 2 and 3 complete the 3 round-trip 10-mile bus rides, a round-robin made by no small number of visitors every year. Takes just under 6 hours, provided the visitor has obtained tickets marked at exact 2-hour intervals. Considering the number of stairs involved, 150 steps on Tour 1 and some 300 each for Tours 1 and 3. The more leisurely visitor with time at this disposal will very likely prefer a longer break between tours than the mere 10 or 15 minutes allowed by the straight through approach. An ideal place and sequence, it would seem, would be to take tour 1 in the morning when the charm of the place comes across fully in the lower angle of light, followed by an afternoon trip on tour 2. The next morning could be spent taking tour 3, the visitor having had adequate time in the interim to reflect on all that had been seen the previous day. An alternate suggestion is to take tour 1 in the afternoon, followed by tour 2 the next morning, and if the visitor is interested in still more, tour 3 after that. Unfortunately, the great need for advance reservations works against the visitor deciding on the spur of the moment to take the third tour. If the visitor has even a vague feeling that nothing short of all 3 tours is what he wants, he should go ahead and make plans accordingly. Chances are he'll be wishing he could still see more after 3 tours are over. Holy moly. I wonder if someone still lives there. How cool would that be to live in this place? Oh my god. Yeah, it's just because I got the book in front of me, but I'll put it down and I'll forget all about it. But it's so exciting. It's so exciting to see this place. This place is beautiful, guys. If you ever make it down to California and you're in the San Simeon area, excuse me, go check out this place. This is beautiful. Looks like they captured the Roman bath during the sunset. This is close to the beach, close to the ocean too. So I believe from this castle, you have a view of the ocean. I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, I could see the ocean from this view. This view right here, I'm pretty sure you can see the ocean. So you're looking, I think you're looking west right here. Well, of course, the sun is setting there. But I think the horizon is the ocean right there. I don't think it's very far from the ocean, this castle. I don't remember taking the tours, honestly. So that's kind of interesting. You have to take so you go on your tour, you have to get back on the bus. Even if they're back to back, you can't stay on the grounds. You have to get back on the bus, leave the property, and then go back to where the buses pick you up, get off, and then get on the bus again. Or if it's the same bus, I'm not sure. But I don't remember doing all that. They had to have changed a lot of things since I was there. But that's just really cool. I got this to show my hubby what Hearst Castle looks like. I'm so lucky I found that book. All right, how long have we been? 3 hours? Woo! Okay. I don't know who's still in here. Who's still in here? There's Steve. So yeah, tomorrow I'll go to the library and so yeah, if you guys are in public and you see a guy with a camera and maybe he may have a mask on and he looks kind of intimidating, don't forget there are people out there that are practicing their First Amendment rights, their right to press. So it's a right to press. So basically, if you're out in public and you're recording, everybody is being recorded in public, and in order to get your privacy in public, you have to create it yourself. So some people put masks on. Now that the masks aren't required, but still, when you see people out in public, they may be one of those people creating their own privacy by masking up. So we have to think about these things. We can't just think that they're ignorant people that are wearing a mask because of a flu, right? So we have to think about there's other people out there wearing these facial coverings because they're actually practicing their privacy in public. because once you leave your house, you're being recorded over 100 times, whether you go to the store, down the freeway, the highway, and you're constantly being recorded. Good night, Benti. Good to see you. Thanks for popping in. It was a nice conversation. Camera nut? Yeah. Yeah, so these people, if you see one out recording in public, that's probably one of those people practicing our First Amendment. And what they're doing is keeping it alive, and they're reminding other people what our rights are. So as long as we're out, people like them are out exercising our rights, our freedoms, they can't be trampled on. So as long as they're out continually having them acknowledged, and some people are being educated because they get butthurt. Oh, why are you filming me? And it's not that. The instant that you walk up to a person with a camera and say, "Get that camera out of my face," you just decided to be what is that called? A nosy Nancy, and all up in their business. It's none of your business what anybody is doing in public, and you have no right to ask somebody unless you approach them in an extremely friendly way and your energy is not negative or aggressive. You may get some answers, but otherwise, mind your business. Mind your business. Mind your own business. People who film in with nefarious intentions are not going to be doing it right out in the open. They're going to be in the bushes. They're going to be on the rooftops. They're going to be out at night. These guys are out doing it during the day. They're very transparent about it. When you ask them, they tell you, yes, they're filming. Yes, they're, whatever they're doing. And if you ask them why, they don't have to tell you. That's our right. That's our freedoms. So that's what I've been learning. And just keep that in mind, because educating other people about getting butt hurt in public, you're already getting filmed in the pharmacy. You're getting filmed in the bank. You're getting recorded in the post office. You're getting recorded on the freeway. And why don't you go up there and be a Karen about that? The only difference is that the people doing it in public, it's attached to a human body holding the camera. And people aren't offended by the hundreds of cameras mounted on lampposts or parking lots of businesses like Home Depots, Walmarts. Why aren't you going up to that camera and being a Karen about it then, right? Only when it's attached to a human person, a person freaks out. You need to respect my privacy. I'm sorry, but people, you do not have privacy in public. If you want privacy, you have to practice it yourself by providing your privacy, which is covering up your face. That's the only way that you can practice your privacy. So that's the kind of stuff that I'm learning. And don't get butthurt. Someone's out in public doing an auditing. They're auditing or in the DMV or in the bank or around the bank or city hall or wherever it's public, right? Don't go all ballistic on them, because they're actually practicing your rights, my rights, their rights, everyone's rights. And when you get all butthurt and say, turn that camera off, you're actually stepping on your own rights by doing that. So that's what I've been learning, and it's very important, because what I learned is I kind of thought it was an interesting thing that this man said. He was telling a lady who looked like she was well in her 60s, and he was saying, we're fixing the crap that you didn't have the balls to do. So now our generation has to fix what you didn't have the balls to do. So, and I kind of thought about it, actually. I sat for quite a while to think about that. And, if that information is true, then this is really important, because this is for your children and your grandchildren. It's for their rights, and this is what it's for. So if you see someone out in public filming, just keep in mind that this person is practicing and exercising our rights, our First Amendment right. So in order for us, if we don't use them, we lose them, right? And we don't want to have them taken away. So we have to practice them everywhere and get everybody educated. So I'm all for these guys doing that. I'm totally all for these guys, and I'd like to mention it on my channel. You know, if you're curious about what all that is, look up the First Amendment, and there's about five pillars under the First Amendment of all our rights, and one of them is the right to press, and that's basically to record in public with a camera, and nobody has the right to ask you what you're doing. Basically, people are curious and they don't have their mindset on what the whole purpose of this is. They think that you're infringing on their rights. Maybe you're stalking them, but in public you have no rights. You have no rights to privacy. So people have to realize that and get it through their heads that you can't act like a Karen or a negative Nancy or a curious Nancy. You don't have a right to question anybody in public. And if they decide to cover their face, they are practicing their rights to privacy in their own way. So if you see people covering up in public, maybe they don't want to be seen in public by all the cameras, and that's their way of creating their own privacy. So I didn't think about these things before until I started watching these videos, and it's interesting because I was always stuck on they got a flu, and but that may not be the instant that may not be the case. I mean, so just keep that in mind. There's a lot of other things that we lose track of, which our rights I think are the most important. And I think that overrules a lot of other things that we've put a lot of energy into, and our rights are the most important thing, because if we don't have our rights anymore, we might not have time or energy to put into the things that we're chasing now. So just keep that in mind. And I think I shared that channel too. I think I shared that channel. Impact. It's called Impact Media, and it's spelled IIMPCT Media. And the guy is awesome. The guy is just awesome. It's him and his son that do it. And he's so nice to everybody until they're rude to him. And he doesn't let people use him as a doormat either. He's stern about people being offensive to him. So he doesn't put up with it either. But he's so cordial and nice. Even when some of the people are mean to him and get offended by his camera or him wearing a fake beard and glasses, they're like, take off your stuff, don't be a coward. And they don't realize that he is practicing his rights to privacy in public. That's his way of exercising his rights to privacy in public. And that's the only way to do it. And he goes, I know it's ridiculous and it's hot and it's uncomfortable, but this is how I practice my privacy in public. Because you're being recorded everywhere. And people who are being recorded in public get offended because someone's holding a camera, but yet they don't get offended by the camera on the posts and in every corner building and down every block, city block, highway. Only till a person is attached to the camera, they get all offended and think that their rights are being infringed on in their privacy, but they don't realize that they're actually standing in a public place complaining about their privacy being violated. So the whole point is, if you want privacy in public, then put a mask on, right? Cover your face, however creative way you want to do it. That's just how it is. And it's when you watch his videos, you have that in your mind, and then you watch someone approach him aggressively, trying to punch him, take away his camera, telling him off, belittling him. This is what he's doing. He's trying to educate people, and they just don't get it. And it's interesting to see their reaction. You get very few people that say, "I know what you're doing, and I'm proud of you, and I support you." You get those every now and then, but a lot of the people are very offended. It's very interesting because I didn't even know this, right? If I hadn't seen this video and I'd go out in public which I don't know how I would respond. I probably would respond in a way that I would feel that they're using that information for nefarious reasons, and you don't know what they're doing, right? We're trained to like think that people recording you out in public. You're like, oh shoot, why are they recording me? Ooh, it must be a pervert. It just depends on the situation, but right away you think nefarious things. Well, it could just be someone practicing their rights to press in public. So that's all. And honestly, I think people who do this nefariously with the camera, they don't do it out in front, out in the daylight in big crowds. I think they would be more concealed about it and hiding behind in the middle of a lot of people, like a big crowd. I would say like New York crowd kind of crowd walking where you could probably do a lot of things because there's so many people elbow to elbow, shoulder to shoulder walking down the street, and it would be hard to see uh, someone nefariously doing up to no good. But these guys are in public. They're very cordial. They're nice. They acknowledge everyone. They even compliment everybody. So just a great attitude, and that's just good stuff to know. Just good stuff. I'm so thirsty. So I don't know who's still in here, but that's what I've been kind of researching. I am gonna get back into. When I go back to the library, I'm gonna see if I can find any kind of literature on petroglyphs and symbolism. I brought my books with me, and I still do plan to get out there and find some that aren't like fenced up, right? They're just out in the desert. There's a lot all over this place, all over the desert around this area. There's many, and I want to find some and kind of take pictures of them, look at sit and look at them, and see maybe I can decipher some of them and figure out what was going on at that petroglyph. So that's my goal, and it's adventurous and it's interesting to me, and so those are my plans in the future. As soon as my darn bike gets fixed, my chain, as soon as that comes in. Hey Chris, how you doing? Looks like my hair is plants. See if I kind of hang out like this. Looks like my whole hair is green plants. How you doing this morning, Chris? I got donuts. I have pumpkin chocolate cookies, chocolate chip cookies. I've been trying to eat those I can't eat them fast enough. The smallest package that they were selling in a glazed donut, I think there was 6 in there. I think I have 3 more. I've been like trying to force myself to eat one to not let them go bad. They're already kind of. I have to dunk them in my coffee. I might have one before bed. I don't know. What time is it, anyways? Oh, it's barely 1 in the morning. Yeah, so I got those donuts. Like, why don't they sell like a 2-pack or a 3-pack? It's hard to find that. And then, well, I was there late already, where they have the display case where you can pick your own donut. You can buy like 2 or 3, but all of them were gone. So I couldn't do it. I did try that route, guys. So I do have a brain. I do tend to use it sometimes. How are you doing without but what? Yes, how are you doing, Chris? Let's see. I don't get the without, but I got over it. Oh, how are you doing without? But I got over it. Okay, I'm doing good. If you wanna pop in here, just check your email. Somebody won that Powerball, that billion freaking was it 1.3 billion? But it's not posted anywhere. I couldn't find it. Darn. Where'd all that money go? Should probably change the music, huh? We'll play that one. Let's see, put it here. Oh, my hair looks bad, huh, guys? Sorry about that. Okay, I see you, Chris. All right, welcome in. Good to see you. You have no sound if you're talking.
Oh, I had to mute my YouTube.
Oh, okay. There you are. How you doing? You're up early.
So anyway, you asked me how I'm doing. I'm doing without, but I got over it.
I got that, but without the comma there, I read it all as one, and I got confused. Not that
How
I'm.
about you? How about you? How are you doing?
Not trying to teach your vocabulary, your writing, but I was confused. I was like, what? Without? But you got over it? What? Sorry, it's the way I read it. I'm doing good. I went for a hike yesterday. Went down the water, and there were so many mosquitoes out, so many ants. But other than that, it was a nice little hike, and I got some video of it. I'll probably be posting that later.
So you went out for the stroll and the critters had lunch. Is that it?
Yeah, but I applied some mosquito repellent, so not to get too bitten up. Actually, they didn't really get me. I saw a few land on my arm, but I was able to shoo them off before they started having lunch.
Well, I don't know what your taste for food is and all like that, but if you'll load your food down with a lot of garlic, mosquitoes will leave you alone.
Yeah, and I don't have any garlic in the fridge at all. Not right now.
So, well, I mean, it's not like you eat a bunch of garlic and then go out and the mosquitoes won't bother you. It's one of those things that builds up over time. You got to get into a habit of using a lot of garlic in your foods when you cook like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna do a store run soon, and I need a few things, and I'll load up on the garlic because I'm gonna be here for 3 months. I might as well just test that theory out, and I know it works.
So trust me, it works. So
yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what kind of skaters y'all got around there, but the ones we got around here, you step out on your porch, they'll knock you down, take your car keys away from you. So
these are actually the size of they're big enough to see. They're not. Plus, we have the no-see-ums here too, so we got the best of both worlds with the mosquitoes. They're big and black. And they're wide. Their body's pretty wide.
You sure they're not mayflies?
They don't have the long legs like a mosquito. They have shorter legs. But maybe it was a mayfly.
Well, mayflies look like a big mosquito is what they look like.
Well, this was a bigger size. Their bodies were big and black.
Yeah, those are mayflies, I do believe. I mean, but then again, I'm not where
And
you are, and I can't see them exactly, but that's what it sounds like. So,
yeah, and the mosquito that I got bit up. Like I left my door open for what 2 minutes, and I think like two of them flew in here. They were biting me constantly, and I just grabbed the mosquito repellent. It's a natural one. I sprayed my whole place. I sprayed the walls, the couches, the where I sit, my clothes. I sprayed everywhere, the ceiling, and they haven't bit me since. So, and I couldn't breathe for a while in here. It was really toxic. It was very harsh on my lungs, but it wasn't toxic. But it was like I think there's eucalyptus in there, and there's lime, and it really high concentrate. So it's hard to breathe.
okay, I'm going to share your screen for a minute if that's okay.
Sure.
All right. Any of these look familiar?
Where's? Oh, okay. No. There was all black. Even the wings looked black. It wasn't a horsefly. Maybe it was a horsefly, but
Like
no,
maybe
it
that
didn't have
one
a
right
long
there,
tail.
maybe perhaps.
Yeah, it didn't have a long tail. It didn't have a tail at all. And the wings, they weren't see-through. They were kind of sheer black, but sheer. Like the one in the bottom lower corner without the tail is kind of what it looked like, but the body wasn't that long.
These are all different sorts of
Those,
different types of mayflies.
no, it doesn't look like any of those. See, it kind of looked like the one that you passed. It's above the row on the top, in the middle. It was all black. Okay, like that top one. It's kind of like that top one. I couldn't see that the legs didn't look like that one right there.
Right there.
No, below it and below that one. Yeah, right there in the middle, right there. It kind of looked like that, but I didn't see the long legs, but it looked black like that.
See, these are the mayflies I'm talking about right here. They're
Oh,
male.
okay, yeah, it didn't look like those.
They're male mosquitoes.
Mm-hmm. I didn't
So,
see long legs on it. Believe me, I put my arm up to my eyes and I looked at it before I swatted at it.
well, the males don't bite you anyway. So there's another one right there. So, and the only reason why the females bite you is they need the blood to fertilize their eggs.
Yeah. Something is screaming outside. I didn't know if this thing was a horsefly. Maybe it was a small horsefly. Those things are huge though, and they bite. But it didn't have long legs like a mosquito. I didn't really see a humpback either. I don't know what the heck that thing was. It flew on me twice. I had to swat it. But there was the no-see-ums are the really tiny, tiny little things that bite you.
Anyway. So what's the matter with your bike?
So I got on it for the third time I got on it. I went to go pedal, but it was in a higher gear, and I just put too much weight down on the pedal, and it snapped the chain.
Well,
Yeah, so I went to the bike shop. They gave me like 5 links, and so I can repair it. But we don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do that. So
can I
I
make
asked
a
him to order
suggestion?
a whole brand.
Can I make a suggestion to
YouTube.
you?
Yeah.
Look it up on YouTube. I guarantee you'll find a video on there about how to repair a bicycle chain.
Yeah, I've never repaired one. I've always just replaced the chain, but apparently you can replace the links.
Yeah, you can. It's not that hard. So, like I say, I mean, you might want to check it out. Check a video out, see if it's something you might want to tackle. That way, you're not waiting on a new chain. You can just fix your bike and go.
Been waiting. Yeah, it was supposed to be here by today, and I'm really bummed because I want to get out of here. I want to go explore, and I'm just bummed.
Well, I mean,
what is that noise out there?
Forest animal trying to get in on you.
I hear like a like that outside.
Well, might be a coyote. Never can tell.
Yeah.
So, but if it was a coyote, more times than not, it'd be a bunch of them, and you'd know they were coyotes. So,
yeah, the coyotes, I hear them here all the time, but someone said there's a mountain lion in the vicinity.
well, there's a mountain lion in the vicinity. You probably don't need to go off hiking through the trails, at least while he's not unarmed.
Yeah, and that's another thing, Chris. I didn't even bring my freaking didn't bring my arms.
Not
So my
good,
hubby,
Susie. Not good.
I know. My hubby's coming. I think he said Sunday, next Sunday, or I don't know. I can't. He told me earlier. I forgot already. But he's coming soon. He's bringing my machete, my hatchet, my arms, and my walking stick. I forgot my walking stick. God.
Heaven forbid you can't go anywhere without a walking stick now.
And I even made a list, and I even picked up my walking stick and said, "You're coming. We're going on we're going camping." I talked to it, and it still didn't stay in my mind. Like it didn't freaking absorb. I forgot it.
Well, these things happen.
Yeah, I forgot all my important things. My protection. At least I got bear spray. But
You know what I do in cases like that to keep from forgetting?
what?
Well, I mean, if I'm going on a trip or something like that, and I know I need to take this and I need to take that, I load it up in the car right then and there. So that way I don't forget it. So, you know what I mean?
See, that's what I was doing. I was loading up this fifth wheel that was parked at our residence, and I sat down to take a break, and then poof, the rest of the stuff that I should have loaded went out the window. And I thought, well, I'll do it tomorrow. Well, tomorrow came, and then I just forgot.
Yep, that's why you do it while you're thinking about it.
Yeah.
Just in case you forget. So, because I know how it is, and you're packing up, for a trip like that. You get excited, you're ready to go. Of course, you're going to forget something.
Well, we had to wait for them to install a special plug to plug the fifth wheel in so we could run the AC. I couldn't do this in 100 degrees and put stuff in here, electronics and food and all that. I had to wait literally to the day before we left. That the plug was supposed to be installed on a Saturday. We were leaving Monday. The guy didn't come out till Sunday morning. So I only had the one day to put all this stuff in there, and I was exhausted because I got my clothes in here, some furniture, a lot of things, food, and I had to do everything last minute. So I had like a week, 2 weeks to pack, but I didn't. The darn trailer was too damn hot. So
Oh well, living
that's,
on.
that's my excuse for sticking to it. That was the only thing that was kept me from getting everything down in a timely manner packed. I had plenty of time, but couldn't put anything here. And while it was 130 degrees in the trailer. I wasn't happy. Just let me tell you that. I was not happy having to do everything last minute pack.
Well, I can understand that. That can be a daunting task.
Yeah. You working today?
Oh yeah, I work every day.
No rest for the wicked.
Yeah, I work now. Work. I'm retired. And I work more now than I did when I was working.
I know.
But it is what it is. I say you're only as good as your last day at work. So that's what they say.
Yeah.
There, I can see. And glass has been dirty all day long. I kind of try to take care of them. I don't just rub them down, with a shirt tail or anything like that.
Hmm.
I use glass wipes.
Yeah.
And, $250 transitions. I kind of try to take care of them.
Yeah.
So damn glasses are expensive.
Transitions, yeah.
Well, I mean, any decent eyewear is, you can get cheap shit. But that's the worst thing you can do for your eyes.
And they're transitions and prescription.
Yeah, they're transition no line bifocals.
Yeah, and there's a special word for those, right? They're called darn it, what's the name for that?
I don't know. I just always call them transitions.
So that's what these are. These are transition prescription, but you don't call them transition because they don't turn dark in the sun. I have glasses for that, but they're not prescription.
How are they transitions then if they don't change in the sun?
That's why they're not called transitions. They don't have the bifocal. They actually have the prescription in the glass.
Okay, so you got line bifocals then.
Yeah, but there's no line in them. It's there's a name for that where they melt it into the glass. The prescription.
Yeah, called no line bifocals. That's what I'm wearing.
Yeah, there's another word for it though. It's called something else. Gosh dang it.
I don't know. Don't know what it is.
I don't know what the heck's going on with my vocabulary. Why all my words are just gone. That's why I'm starting to read again.
It sounds like you need to just get away and unwind for a little while and not worry about getting online and all that other good stuff. Just have some you time for you and catch up on your reading or whatever.
Yeah, I've been reading. I read 2 books today.
Yeah, what'd you read?
I read Project UFO. I read it on this live earlier, and the Abominable Snowman.
The Abominable Snowman.
Yeah, these are special books though. These are called Choose Your Own Adventure. So you can actually probably read about 10 pages and be done with the book, because you could come to an end, uh, depending on the adventure you choose. So when you get to a page, it says, if you decide to do this, turn to this page. If you decide to do that, turn to this page. And it could lead to an untimely death or a victorious ending. So uh, that's how these books are designed. This book specifically has 28 different endings. The Abominable Snowman.
28 different endings.
Yeah, depending on the path you choose.
First time I ever heard of that. I mean, a book like that. So, when I was much younger, I used to read everything. I used to love to read. Now, I've gotten to the point where, I can't get into the story anymore.
Oh, these are fun. I mean, these are children's books, so there's a lot of curiosity. There's kind of fantasy. There's suspense and danger.
Are you buffering?
Yeah, I was buffering. My camera disappeared for just a few minutes, a minute.
Well, I think I'm going to lay down and try to get an hour before I got to get back up. So I just stopped by for a few minutes to say hey, and then when you sent me the link, so I had to come up and say hey to you directly. Are you there?
um, it looks like the is acting up. So I'm gonna shut this live down, and I thank everybody that in and said hello and how. It says there's people in here. Okay, so looks like it just come back. Let's see if I can come back on the. Let me just shut this down. Oh, oops, sorry about that. I just like was talking to nobody. So I just want to say thank you to everybody that came in, and thanks for the subscribers for your time. Thank you for the members, and hopefully you had a good time. Push that like button if I brought a smile to your face or a giggle. I'd appreciate it. Helps the algorithm, and everybody have a wonderful Tuesday. Hi, Frankie. Good to see you. Thanks for popping in. It's been 4 hours, 4.5 hours, and I will see you later. I'm going to run down to the library and return these 2 books and go get a couple new ones, different ones, and we will see you guys later. We'll see you guys. Have a good morning, afternoon, or evening. Bye. Hello, YKB. Thanks for popping in. Good to see you.